Well, good morning. We have just arrived in Starbuck, Minnesota for our first ever realistic hard mode playthrough on Farming Simulator. I can't tab to vehicles. I cannot visit locations. We're gonna have to drive everywhere. The economy is set to hard. We're not gonna use universal auto load for this series. I'm gonna try my best to do this as realistic as possible. So what's this series going to be about? Well, since it's hard mode and realistic, and it is my channel, there's always somewhat of a catch. We do have $100,000 to start with, and we also have a decent sized farm and equipment. We decided to use the starter farm on this map, Starbuck, Minnesota, and all the equipment. But what I've done is I've added a loan that pretty much aligns with the net worth of the property. So we have $3 million in debt to start the series, $100,000, and our winning condition is getting out of debt. We can't sell equipment to get out of debt. We can sell equipment if we buy an upgrade. We can then sell the other piece of equipment that we're replacing, and that's it. We can't sell productions. We can't sell buildings. We're gonna have to earn this $3 million to get out of debt. So just cruising around here, getting used to the property and seeing what we can see here. Decent sized silo. I wanted to see if there's anything in here. All right, we got a 6R, not bad. Has 0.2 hours on it, so it's pretty new. See, I'll leave that there for now. We can do a little walking tour. I mean, we did just drive by a good amount of implements there that we see. We got a corn header over here. We have a grain header, a spreader, a planter, and a spade, I think is what this is. There's our seeder. Pretty good sized seeder to start with. Spader, okay. I don't think I've used one of those. Ooh, it's a nice machine. Got a Massey Ferguson on here. The 9S 425. That's gonna do us well. All right, and let's check this shed back here, and I think that'll do it for equipment, and then we'll check out the livestock that we have on this property. I mean, I'll take that. That's beautiful. Beautiful S7 harvester. We do have the K brand here. Square baler. It does not look like we can wrap bales with it, so that's something we'll have to keep in mind. And then we do also have an 8R. Got a lot of work to do in August, so I don't want to get this tour over with, but you know, we got the snow plow on here just in case. This is one thing I did add that is not part of the starter pack of this farm. So that field right there is our cornfield. Over here is our cattle barn. And we got a good mixture in here. We got multiple types of cattle. And we have 20 head right now. We do have 28,000 liters of food in here, so a little baby's struggling, but we'll see how long that lasts. So that's going to be a priority, is figuring out. Whoa, I just got lost. How we're going to feed them and how we're going to, you know, produce the food, because we don't have a mower. And then swinging back this way, we did see the sawmill, so we may or may not. I mean, maybe I could push some trees with this snowplow. And then we have some sheep. There's a little baby sleeping right there. But it looks like we do have 14 sheep, and they do not have any food and just a little bit of meadow. That's going to be a problem. Chickens over here do not have food either. There's 81 chickens. We have a greenhouse. We're going to want to get that going. And our barn there. And then I did see the shed, so it looks like we do have some pallet forks, the front loader, and this bad boy for bales is going to be very helpful. Oh yeah, and the semi. All right, let's get back in. Let's take a look at our fields before we get started. But we already know, feed for the sheep and feed for the chickens. It's definitely going to be a top priority. So we saw the cornfield behind us. It's good size. Across the road here, we have a couple fields. Just cruise on up here. Field number 4. It is 33 acres and canola that is ready to harvest that we need to get to today. Everything is enabled on this playthrough. We're going to have crop destruction. We're going to have periodic plowing. We're going to have field stones, weeds, all of it. We do have precision farming enabled, so that's where we'll take care of lime. But yeah, so the canola we have to get to today. Otherwise it will go bad. And as we keep cruising this way, yeah, we can see this is a decent sized field. And we do have some wheat. We have some wheat here. 5.34 acres. It's ready to harvest. That would give us food instantly for the chickens. So I think what we'll do is we'll get the harvester going on the wheat to start with. And we'll look around for options to figure out what we're gonna do to get at least a little bit of feed for the sheep. And I think to help me out, I am gonna, you know, split the difference on this walk we're gonna have to do here in a second. So we'll leave that there. But we gotta get started on this harvest. So we'll hop in here, man. No tabbing, it's gonna be interesting. I don't see a header trailer, so hopefully we don't have to drive too far with the header at any time, which does not feel realistic. I think, well, let's make sure. Does this one have where you fold it and it turns into the trailer? Doesn't look like it. So we'll see if we can sneak by and not damage crops here. I don't think we're gonna be able to get, no, we're not gonna be able to get past the tree. All right, so that's the first thing I think we want to solve here. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and shut that off. Oh boy. All right, this is gonna be tough. So we do have the HD 45. So we'll come in here and make sure there's nothing used for that. Don't see anything. So now if we go into corn headers, or grain headers, sorry, is the 45 combinations. We're gonna have to buy it. 19,000 bucks right there. All right, so now I don't know if we could pull that with this. We'll take the Massey Ferguson. Now I think that is our only thing for grain as a grain cart, so that's what we'll have to use. Man, I don't remember the last time we drove a Massey Ferguson. Let's try to do cab view as much as we can too, as long as it doesn't get motion sickness. Long drives we will not do it, but things like this I think we will. I think we're safe to go after that car. Got to remember to use our blinkers as well. So we should just go a couple blocks here and take a left to get back to the dealership. All right. To remember the blinkers, figure it out on controller. Make sure we stay to the right side of the road here. No one coming that way. No one that way. We are in the clear. So I guess maybe we shouldn't be able to jump in the menu to buy things. We have to come here and then click on the button near the building. There we go. And let's get it home. So an hour already lost in our day. And one stop sign taken out. Oh, two, I guess. I didn't notice I took that one out too. Oh, we should get a stop sign counter. All right, so we gotta wait for traffic to clear here. And we should be able to get on over and load up the header, get it closer to the field we're going to. Man, this no tabbing. It's gonna be fun though. Feels like a different game already to me. Go ahead and place that on there, and I'll go ahead and drive this. Well, we'll drive it second. And I see no reason to not just stay on the side of the road here and not impede traffic. And just trying to find the best location. I think what I want to do is loop around here. And we will just, yeah, get it set up right here, I think. Actually, let's go closer. We don't want to walk farther. All right. We will leave that there because we're going to have to pull the header trailer out of the way. And jog on over to the John Deere harvester. All right, that works good. We're not taking up both sides of the road, be blocking traffic, but we'll try to solve that real quick here. All right, just hook up to the header, get the trailer out of the way, and we can get started on this harvest. And make sure it's not blocking the road as well. Okay, Massey Ferguson is shut off. It's not wasting any diesel. Let's go ahead and hop in here. And we can get started on the wheat harvest. And, well, let's make sure we're dropping swath. There we go. We need the straw. We're gonna need it all. Looking pretty good, though. We're getting... Well, we didn't do soil discovery. We can do that later. It's not really gonna change anything here. 81% yield bonus right now, down to 78. 10.9 hectares, tons per hectare is what we're harvesting. Feels good. This shouldn't take too much time to do this field, and looking at it, I don't think we're even gonna need the grain carts until we're done with the harvest. And yeah, getting some grass for the sheep. We're gonna get this wheat over to the chickens right away. Oh, it's gonna be fun. And I don't think I showed it to make things more difficult. In the loan system, we do have a $17.5 thousand payment every month for 24 months. So if the series goes that long, 20 years, then we will naturally pay it off. But obviously the goal is gonna be to pay it off a little bit quicker. But we gotta keep in mind, we need about $18,000 in the bank every month, otherwise we're negative, and we'll have to figure that out, because I do think at some point we might go negative, and we'll have to figure out how to get out of it. Well, maybe this will fill up. We're at 42% already, so yeah, I think we will need to get the semi over here. It opens up a lot more than I thought it did on this side of the field. Yield is terrible over here. We're getting 60%, so we're gonna get a lot more grain next time around than we're getting this harvest. John Deere 8RX just went for sale. We don't have money for that. But I think what we'll do here is we're gonna stop right here. Let the swath drop. Scoot on over. Shut the header off, and we will open it up. And just to save diesel, I will shut that off for now. And time to jog back over to the Massey Ferguson. Go get the semi. Get it unloaded. I'm glad it yielded that well. And I think while we're over here, we're going to take a look at the sheep to see how quickly they're going through that 200 that they had in the meadow. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty darn quick. And one of the things, we're going to have to stop driving through the grass. We're going to use our roads. Got to get better at doing that. But to park this right now, I am going to go right in this little grass patch here. Okay, that will work. Yeah, let's go check on the sheep. We're losing time, but we got to do these things. Got to take care of our animals. 195 or 165. Okay, let's jump in the Mack truck here. Make sure we make this turn wide enough. There we go. Got to get something to put water in the greenhouse. But that loan payment's going to be, you know, paramount here. It's going to be the big thing that we really got to pay attention to and not overspend our money. Looks like we're clear. Take this turn wide because there's no oncoming traffic. All right. Going good so far. And try not to drive on our straw swath as much as possible. Or as little as possible, I should say. And get it unloaded. Oh, we gotta turn it back on. Okay. Oh yeah, not a bad start, guys. Looking good, looking solid. And with the situation that our chickens are in, we're gonna go ahead and drive this right back and get them some food. The 13,700 already in here. Gonna be tough on this economy. And I think what we're gonna have to do is loop around this way and then back up. All right, perfect. All right, let's see how much they take of it. I think it's gonna be a decent amount. Yeah, at least 4,000. So we'll head back, help them unload the rest. Or harvest the rest, and then we'll have that there to unload. And I think we'll meet in the middle like that, and then I can just jog on over. Oh boy. What did we sign up for, guys? Is this gonna make crop destruction? It probably should, shouldn't it? All right, we are back at it here. One thing we could do is, since we don't have a mower and the loan is gonna be pretty scary, but we could buy some bales from the store. Some grass bales, potentially. We might have to do that. Or hay bales, I guess. All right, we're full again. It's time to jog over. Oh, no tabbing. Hop over the crane. That should do the trick. Jump again. Nice. And might as well leave it there, even though we'll have to move it next time, but it'll be all right. Yeah, I think we'll have a worker start the harvest on the canola field once we get done with this, and we will figure out what we're gonna do for the sheep, because we got the chickens taken care of. So next thing's gonna be the sheep, and the cattle, we're gonna have to see how long that 20,000 is going to last. I have a feeling come September, we're definitely going to have to figure something out there as well. So this will probably be turned into a grass field, and potentially we might attempt to get rid of all of those trees and extend this. Might be something we do this winter. I just feel like this is the best option if we're going to do grass. And just a skinny little pass here to finish the harvest. Another 2,300 in here right now. I think it did pretty good. We'll take a look at the yield tracker mod to see how we actually did on the yield on this in a moment. All right, unloading for the last time here of the wheat. And we didn't get close enough. We didn't get close enough. So once that's done, we will instantly move on over and get this going with a worker. Just kind of go in the field here, and then I will go ahead and get this set up. I think we'll do 2 headlands on this one. All right, they should take over. And now we can go drop this off at the silo and, you know, help them unload when we need to. Oh, boy. Hopefully that worker does a good job. No swath on canola, so we're good there. All right, just cruising through. Could top off the chickens, but I don't think they've eaten much yet. We'll just swing around this way. And make sure we're centered here. Should be good. Oops, drove a little too far. There we go. Drop off the wheat. We're gonna have 21,000 in capacity here. In yield tracker on wheat, we did 30,603 liters for year 1. Gotta love that. Okay, and we will park right here for now. Sure, it won't be too long before we need to unload them, but let's go ahead and figure out what we're gonna do about these sheep. No front loader there. Where was that other John Deere? Yes, this is the one. All right. Okay, so we're gonna get this hooked up. We're gonna head on over to the store and see about buying some bales for our sheep. Get us by for at least another month before we figure out how we're gonna action this. I'm a little concerned about the amount of money that we have and the loan payments before we're able to sell that wheat, if we're going to be able to. And then the corn we'll definitely be able to sell, and the canola, but it's going to be a while. You know, we got to get to winter before those prices are good. So lots of things to think about. Go ahead and park right here. And we'll see what they have for options. Well, this seems like we can't pass on it. Square bale pack here. I think we'll go ahead and buy that. 3,800 bucks. Yeah, and we'll see. I don't know if I've ever used this thing, guys. Let's try to figure it out. Now, I don't know if we can just grab them by the top like this. Probably getting my help menu open. Now, is it just sticky by nature? No. Okay. So, way to grapple it and close this thing. Oh, like this. Beautiful. All right. I guess we could have grabbed that a little bit better. And then, like, this is not safe. How do we get home and be able to see what we're doing? I guess I would do it this way. We have the hazards on. 7,000 liters from that for just under 4,000. That's pretty pricey. Nope, that's the wrong place. We want to be over here. And can we just open this? They're not going to take it? For real? For real? So I'm going to take liberty here and get my money back for this feed mixer. I just feel like it's the safest, most fair way. So we're going to do that. I don't think we should be, whoops. And we're going to disable super strength because we're not supposed to be using that, but I was doing it to test some things out. So just wanted to share that. We're going to leave this here for now. We got to get the harvest going. I did stop the clock because that was a little bizarre. So I think it's time to get it in the side-by-side though. So I think this harvest, yeah, it's waiting to be unloaded and we can get it back to harvesting. But just wanted a quicker way to get around over here. So we'll see how long that 7,000 does last. We're gonna have to figure out a way to do that. We might get a forage wagon long term, but that was, yeah, and if we do sell the feed mixer, because we don't need that with the type of cattle barn that we have. It does have the automatic feed mixer built in, so we'll probably resolve that with a forage wagon eventually. But if we're gonna make bales, like maybe we don't need to do bales. It's always tough. I think we'll keep the mixer and we can just feed it bales that way. All right, I guess we do need to get this activated. Turned back on. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, pretty decent sized field. Let's get time rolling again. It's going to be our priority now. Let's look at the animals again, just to kind of see what's happened. We have more TMR than we had. I thought it said 20, maybe it was 30, but we're good there. Feed's good for chickens, and right now we should be good for the night for our sheep. All right, we should be able to hand that back over, and I will follow this along the rest of the headland until we get back to the side-by-side, and, you know, just give them a nice runway and amount of time where we're not gonna have to worry about unloading them once we get back. Now, chopping the corn long-term is probably what we need to do, but we do not have a forage harvester, so I don't think we'll be able to do that or swing that this year. Something to keep in mind long term, but definitely not in our cards this year. But we make a decent amount of money off of the corn if we do it right. You know. And I guess we could have taken a peek. We do have crop destruction on, so it won't be beneficial to add some fertilizer if it needs it. And we do need to buy all the soil types or the soil samples. Yeah, so we're not going to know the field data. We could see how expensive that is. But either way, I think the corn is a little too grown to add any fertilizer or anything to it. All right, that gives them a good start for the next headland there. So let's go ahead and pull to the side out of their way. And we're going to jump back in the side-by-side here. Can-Am Defender. And we are going to get a little bit of lumber going in the sawmill. Oh, clear. Oh, I was supposed to use the roads, guys. All right, we are going to need to buy a chainsaw, so we can't do it that way. I wonder, is there a mod that would force us to go to the store for stuff like that? Let me know. Yeah, this type of playing definitely makes you think through what you have to get done for the day a little bit more. You can't, you know, tab to just get places. You got to actually plan what you're doing. I think I'm going to enjoy this series. The economy, it's going to be rough. All right, should be a quick little shopping session here. We're going to go with the steel. And the stop sign number is actually 1. This one to the left, I think, is just fallen on the map. Because we reloaded in here and it's still down. So I'm not taking blame for that one. All right, harvester's going to be looking good. It's about 34% full right now. Okay. First tree coming down. A little worried we're gonna hit some sheep there. All right, just cut these limbs a little bit. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work though. Seems like we got enough oomph. So we'll put it there. And then I gotta loop around now. Yeah, that's gonna work nice. So how much was that? 600, okay. But let's hop in here. I think we will just turn on wood beams and get the rest of that pushed on over. I think we got a little bit to fall. No. Yep, there we go. And that gave us 2,000. Okay. Grain cart operator's getting full there. So this is just about perfect timing. All right, so that keeps that running for a while. Let's head back out, get in the semi so we can relieve our grain or our harvester. There's one other setting I wanted to turn on. Trailer fuel limit, absolutely going to be on. That's not going to work. What is the operator doing? All right, we'll have to help them out here. We'll park right here. We should be able to just, yeah, swing around. Perfect. Did hit the truck a little bit, or the trailer. Didn't mean to do that. Let's get in a better spot here. All right, we'll keep on pressing on, guys. Looking good. Okay, the worst part of this is logging back in and having to run to wherever I was. So I think there's a mod that will remember where you were. I need to add that. Harvester is going though. That is good. Had to jump to see it. Now I'm gonna be interested to see what the limit ends up being, but boy, we're struggling. Seems like our semi might be a little underpowered to drive on the field. Slipping a little bit. I don't think we're gonna be able to catch up. Turning around there was rough. I think that means we should go empty it after this. This is going to be a fun playthrough. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm going to be cranky when we sell things and we don't make much money, but you know, that's the way it goes. Reality. You'll feel a little bit more realistic. That's the whole point. Kind of thinking, do I even want to see time-saving stock check right now? There's the ice cream man. Yeah, it's just on the dirt. We got plenty of horsepower out here. We got plenty of torque. We got this. And just loop around like so and drop off the canola. $31,000 worth of canola right now. And apparently we have 60,000 liters of solid fertilizer somewhere. We'll have to keep that in mind. A little bit of slurry generating as well. That's good. Milk is generating. We definitely are going to need something to be able to sell the milk. I didn't expect milk right away. That is nice that it's a possibility. But I think while we have a little bit of time, they're 26% full right now. I think we'll do another tree or two. And, you know, just kind of hop back and forth. Okay, we're a little stuck here. Around this way. Might be too much weight to push the whole tree. I mean, the snowplow will definitely come in handy this winter, I imagine. But we should be able to get it close enough. Nice. And that put us at 5,000, so I think we'll another one going here. You know, this area is definitely something that I wouldn't mind turning into a grass field if we did end up getting all of these trees removed. I think it might be a decent plan for us. Oh, that was smooth. That was smooth. All right, that was only 1,000, so we might be getting less than we're supposed to with the way I'm doing that. Let's go ahead and do this one proper and see what happens. Chopping the tree down, remove the limbs. And we don't really have the mod to tell me the distance, so we'll just eyeball a good distance there. That'll do. And then after this, we need to get back to help unload. Yep, 80% full warning there. But let the multitasking continue. Not able to pick that up. Are you kidding me? We are. Okay. Let's say that thing is tiny. Yeah, these ones make sense. I forgot I can't tab. Harvester's full, so we'll just get this one moved and then head back over there. Finish that harvest. Like so. All right, so we have now about 7,600 in there. And I think that will do us pretty good for a while. Man, this thing's fun to drive. All right, and back in the Mac. I think it's time to really focus on this because there's a ton left to harvest here. And we just got to get this done before the end of today. All the animals are taken care of. We got the sawmill. The only thing left is really the greenhouse. It would have been nice to get that going. So maybe next time we drop off a load, we'll head over there and figure out. We do need to buy something for milk, so I just don't know if we want to spend that money yet or wait till winter. Love it. Looks so good. There we go. Oh, we're going a little slower than them now. Oh, we must have gotten their way. Must have gotten their way. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to turn around and get to the other end of the field and wait for them. And then at that point, I'm going to check the used market and see if there is anything for moving milk and water around. We're close to halfway on this field. Close. Got some for fuel. Seeing if there's a wrapper on there. There's not. This one does. We're just broke right now. Looks like we're out of luck. Out of luck. But I think one thing we can do while we still have cash is go in here and take a look. In precision farming. 18 grand. Oh, I think it might end up being cheaper to lease something, to lease the Icera Pro and scan it ourselves. So we will do that once we have all, well, we might have to lease it multiple times. There was one for sale. I will take a look at the price of that and kind of compare our options. I think with 44% full, we will head on in. Drop it off at the silo again. Just got to avoid the sunflower there and drop it off. Looking good. Look at that side mirror action. Not bad. Got to make sure it lowers all the way before we pull forward. And we are in the clear. All right, we're going to let them turn around and come back one more time before we unload them. Let's take a look at the market here. Yeah, so 17,000. This is the proactive. This is not what we want, is it? With the crop sensor, you can measure the real nitrogen intake of a crop to apply more precise rates. I mean, that might not be bad to have, but that's not what we're looking for. It is 17,000 new. Interesting. Small fee. We'll do a search. We'll see what happens. We'll spend $1,000 for a search and see if we can get a used one to pop up. $211,000 a year is what we have to make to break even right now. Boy, what do we do? So just taking a peek, I am driving out here with the baler. And there, yeah, by the time we get started, we're gonna have to already run over to the truck, but I figured we might as well get going here. And we're just going with the size that's in here, I guess, 222. This should be okay. I know we could go a little bit bigger and it might be easier to move less around, but I think we'll get by. We don't have really a way to, or anything to stack these on. So that's gonna be an issue. Oh yeah, we might be able to get around the whole headland before we have to run over there. All right, let's get busy multitasking at its finest. Not bad. I think we will shut this off and raise and drive on over to the semi. Coming up behind them there. We did catch up, hopefully. Yeah, they're at 91%. Absolutely pulled that off there. Perfect. Okay. Not gonna have a ton of time, but we'll go try to do a couple more, a little pass or finish that heddle in a little bit here. Yo, back at it. All right, there is the max. We did find out 45,663 when it comes to canola. I think they might be empty enough to finish this harvest now, which would be good, because then we don't have to drive this back after dumping it right now. And just dropping off a little more canola. And we will leave this right here, because I'm going to bring the semi back over to dump directly into it. Not the semi, the harvester. But let's go get back to the John Deere. Go finish the baling, and then we can pick up the harvester after that. You know, it is a realistic playthrough, but you gotta just... Oh, let's hope... Oh, we get jump! Whew. We avoided him. That felt realistic. Especially with this. This thing flies. I love it. Yeah, they'll be good to finish. We'll give ourselves a little bit of a leeway with this and bring it a little bit farther over here. And run back over. There's only a couple passes left to do with the baling, so I'm glad we did tackle that today. Gives us one less job to worry about in August. Wait, what month's next? September. Too bad there's not a bunch of straw in this field. We could use the money. Yeah, I think they'll be able to finish. They'll go back and forth one more time, and then they'll wait for us after we finish what's left over here. Another job done. All right, we'll get this put away, and then we'll run back, grab the harvester, because it should be finishing up here momentarily. Well, we'll probably bring the Massey over with the header trailer. Be a little bit of running today. And just try to get this in between so we don't hit anything. Backing it up. Not too bad. We've gotten so much better at this over the last year or so. Go. And just loop on over here. Put the 8R away. Like so. That should be pretty good there. All right, a little bit of... Oh, where's the Massey? It looks like they did just finish. I always get these wrong. Is it this way or the other way? This feels right. And it was. All right, let's take this back. Drop it in the semi, and then we can put it away. I don't think we have a pressure washer yet, but we're gonna need one. We do not want the extra expensive maintenance. We gotta keep every penny we spend at a minimum. Yep, just unloaded here, and it's all put away. These can get shut for the night, and 2 more vehicles to get home. Oh, that's gonna be a long run. And I think we'll keep the header trailer back here. Get the Massey put away, and get the side-by-side, and we are all set. Boy, what a run. It's going to be a fun playthrough. It's going to be an interesting playthrough to see how long it does take us to start making a profit and really chipping away at that debt. $3 million. $211,000 a year is what we need to break even. That's not including buying goods or anything for planting, prepping fields, any of that. That is literally just paying the loan. So you can imagine we got a lot of money to be made. Go ahead and put that here for now. I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna keep the fork on here, the pallet fork, and boy, that didn't work. I'll loop this around. Almost. That should do it. Now, this way. There we go, and then we'll put the John Deere in the barn with the Massey. They both definitely will fit. Get that closed, and I think this front one needs closed as well. We'll figure out the greenhouse next episode in September, but time to head to the house. Call it a night. Socks way up. Thanks for hanging out on this new realistic playthrough. First time ever on the channel. I'll catch you on the next episode. Well, we're down to $53,000. Our loan payment did come out, and it is hurting us. We can feel it. So I want to check the sawmill, see how that's going. We need to check all the animals to start our day. And we do have we got a little bit of wool. A little bit of wool right here. We do have 61 liters. And feed-wise, they still have about 7,000, so looking good there. Nothing out of the sawmill yet. I want to make sure it's got a good amount of capacity still. Yeah, we're still good. So we're... Gosh, I don't remember how late we started that, but... We're a ways away from getting that first piece of wool, or... Whoa, wood beam from there. Let's see how the cows are doing. 24,000 still, so they burnt through just under 4,000, so that's good. We have some time before that's a concern. That makes me happy. Chickens are the last thing we need to check on this morning. Definitely need to make sure we're taking care of our livestock before we get to farming. I'm around right here for the chickens. And yeah, feed is fine here. And do we see any output so far? Yeah, we got a little bit of eggs here. Got 137 pieces, so that'll keep improving. Now let's learn about this. I had a couple comments talking about, you know, water is just all you need for this, so that's not very realistic. So let's hop in the production. Basically, we want to validate that this is a default greenhouse, and it is. So what I do want to do, and we'll probably get to that today, is I want to replace this, and we're just help ourselves out by selling this and building another one. We're gonna find the ones that need seed and fertilizer, and that's the way we're going to use a greenhouse around here. So now that it's been a little bit of time, I do want to head on over and take a look at our fields and see how they progressed over the weekend. It is a new month now. Yeah, it looks like here in the canola field, we just have some weeds growing. Things are looking good. We're gonna have to figure out if we can afford to scan the fields. Money's gonna be tight until we can sell some things. But just cruising on over to the wheat field and seeing how it's looking. I know we do have bales over there, so that'll be one of our top priorities. And kind of debating, you know, we got to get those moved, and I'm thinking the used market would be nice, or some type of trailer to move these around on. We're gonna have pallets we're gonna need to move around as well. I don't know if the back of this opens. Can't fit much in there. Yeah, so a handful of bales out here. Not a ton of work to do on that, but I think that's how we should start our day. Let's go get the John Deere in the front loader and start moving those and figuring out the maximum we can fit with the, I don't know what it's called, guys, the grappler that we have for the bales, and see if that's going to be super annoying or not, because we only have a couple months worth of payments and we have a little bit of time before we're going to be able to sell anything. So we haven't seen this yet. Let's take a look in here. Oh, just an outside one, huh? Disappointed. But to swap vehicles, trying to remember where we put everything, and I think it was right in this barn. We'll get that shut off for now. Get this opened up. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Let's see what this tells me it's called. The Bale King. Good name for it. And I'll try to learn the best way to use this, and I think I kind of understand it already. I think we're going to grab a bale. We're going to then move over to another bale, stack it on top, and then kind of back up, grapple both of them, and then go until we've reached the top of this. Bring them home, you know, and find a place to store them. Corn's looking good. I think it'll be October or November when that's ready. So that could be a task that we have to do next month. No one behind us, looking good. All right, head on into the field now. So let's do a little test right here. We got these two bales. Let's try to line up pretty straight and get a good angle at looking at this. So if we do just come here, grab this one with the pallet spikes, and then go slow so it doesn't get lost there or dropped, and just line this up here. Ooh. Like so, and then lower and grab that. We should now be able to get the help menu to help us out right there. So now we should have both of them. Nice. Okay. Now a rear weight might be a thing that we need long term. So in theory, I think we're going to be able to get 4 as long as we can handle the weight. And that's not looking great there. Let's try to line that up a little bit better. I bet if we do one of these and just kind of push it a little bit and then back up just a hair and then lift, yep, like that. That's pretty good. And then we need to open up the jaws, and then we should just lower a little bit. Okay. Okay. You know, in theory, everything was going to work there, huh? And then when we come down here, now it should just, yeah, it just backs up now. So this might be the maximum. Now that I hate my life. But we could do one of those and just deal with it. Let's see if it'll let us. Oh boy, guys, this is going to be comical. And then that one dropped, but that's all right. And absolutely should have done bigger bale size so we don't have to carry as many. But, okay. Try to get these home safe, and then, I mean, gosh, I hope there's not too many. There's a car coming there. Okay, first attempt wasn't completely terrible. We're not, you know, being very safe by... This is the thing I don't know. So this isn't realistic. We definitely should have those going. We need a trailer. So we need to figure out how we're going to finance that. Because just stacking them on the trailer would be more ideal. Yeah, and we definitely need a rear weight if we're going to do it this way. Because we are getting a little flimsy there. So what do we have in here right now? I think we can safely say this is a good place. We don't have a manure heap, but... Yeah, I mean, it could go straight to the cattle. But for now, we'll do this. We'll go ahead and open that. And then push them back a little bit more. And let it go. Okay. Let's take a look at the used market and see if we did put a notice out to our buyer for us to see if we could find a used Icera Pro, but I haven't seen any update on that yet. Still a good amount of stuff here. And if this goes to a bale trailer, it doesn't look like it. Oh, we don't have really, I guess we could pull this with one of the tractors, but that's basically all of our money. Let's look at time-saving stock check. Hide can't sell. We do have $8,000 we could sell right now. Canola we have 80. Let's look over here. 72,000 we could sell. Wood beam is not there yet. That's going to be some good money when the time comes. But other than that, I'm not really sure, not completely sure there's much we can do to make some cash right now. So let's look at our loan payment. So 17,000, we do know that's the case, right? 17,590. Let's just do around 8. I'm going to do 18,500 times 2. That's 37,000. So that would be September, October. So we'd be into November at that point. And canola would probably be good enough to sell then. So if we then subtract 37,000 from our balance right now, we have roughly about 16 grand that we can spend. So flatbeds, or if we come over to balers, transportation here, we do have a semi, but that's a little over budget. 16,000 is going to be rough. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything that we could even afford right now. So maybe that 16,000 is spent elsewhere. So, okay, let's go see how many are left. And this could be, you know, not that bad this time around. So just a little second here while we have some time. I am on a new recording setup, so hopefully the quality is looking good. The one thing that I'm noticing is a little latency in the sound of the game. So during editing, I'll figure out if that's actually an issue or if it's just going to be while recording, but heads up, if the quality looks a little low on the video this time around, just know I am working on it, and we're going to get it in a good state. I'm in a new setup that's going to allow me to edit a lot faster, and that's super excited about it. Getting it all set up today and recording on it, and we are on a brand new microphone that I've been trying a few weeks ago and was having problems with some popping. So hoping that's not an issue, and I've resolved that. And I think we can probably get away with just moving around with these like this, as long as we go slow. So taking a look over here, I think it's only going to be 3 more trips after this one at the most, so I think we'll be fine. But I think it's time to just get it done. All right, well, we didn't get pulled over or a ticket or anything, so I think we're okay. Definitely not realistic. Can't really see around these bales too great. But we're working on it. This is way different than any playthrough I've ever done on this channel, so this is pretty fun, guys. So let's get these last ones put away here. Ended up just being those 2 extra trips there, not too bad. And should just be this way here. Loosen it up and just back out. All right, I'm getting the hang of it. Not too bad. Next, I wanted to make sure we understood some of our equipment here and the horsepower that's gonna be required. So this looks like it does. The Farmax requires 200 horsepower. The planter is gonna require 170. We have, in our 6R, we have 234, 458 in the 8R, 275 for the planter, and 425 for the Massey. That's a beast of a piece of equipment. So I think that is that I do want to use. And I want to remember something here because my brain has, I've never used them, so I don't know if it's necessarily my brain's fault or just a lack of experience. Spaders here. So this is the only one in the game. A spader prepares a field for next sowing. It can be used instead of a plow. Okay, and it only requires 200 horsepower, but it is kind of tiny. The width is kind of tiny. So let's also look at our seeder. We don't want to do any work we don't need to do. So we have the Ultima. Let's go look at that in the store. No previous cultivating is necessary. Okay. With our planter, it would be. Okay, so if we're going to put grass in that one field, because I don't think we're going to be able to knock all these down and put a grass field here yet. That's my long-term plan, and then we can get that field back for a crop. But lots of equipment's going to be needed to make silage. So maybe by the time spring comes, we'll have some cash for that, and we're just going to kind of hope that that works out. So let's go ahead and hook up to the seeder. All right, let's see what we do have here. All right, let's get this all hooked up here. That looks like it's connected pretty good. And I guess we'll head out to the field. I'm not sure. Well, we do have lime in here, which is a nice surprise, but I'm not 100% sure how it reacts. But I just don't think we can afford to buy the soil samples. It could be okay, but just don't think it is. But I think it still would be wise to put some lime down. I don't know if we have more in one of these silos here. We do have 60,000 liters of fertilizer somewhere, according to time-saving stock check. So that's something that we'll figure out eventually. But yeah, 9,000 lime. Without the precision farming data, like I said, I don't know. But it shouldn't take too long to get lime spread on this field. It won't turn on. Did we not connect something correctly? PTO is not going in. PTO is not connecting. The hoses are not connecting. Is that something that I have to do? I think we're going to try resetting, but we're going to fill this back up. Yeah, it just seems like manual connect. Let's see if that's the issue. Manual attach. Let me know, you guys, if you had any issues with manual attach, if there's something I'm missing there, if there's a button I'm supposed to push, but I'll look into that a little bit more after this recording session. Hopefully we get some comments about it as well. Would be pretty sweet. Yeah, I think that solved our issue. So I don't know if it was the one implement, but we'll look into it a little bit more. See, the stop sign's down. We just logged in. I imagine realistically there's probably different buttons I need to push to get the manual attached to work and connect the hoses and the PTO shaft. So maybe. All right, away we go. It says it's applying. Oh, it's gonna apply 0 of 0, huh? Without any information. Well, that's gotta be a way, right? There's gotta be a way. So we want to deactivate automatic level. So now it's going to do 0.88. And it is applying lime now. Lime is leaving the spreader. And we just won't know if this is the right pH for this field. But a little bit of lime here, it should help the yield. And we're going to hope to... I mean, maybe it's worth spending the cash on this one. Let's remember the cost. Oh, it's 3,100. We'll do it. We'll do it. Okay, now let's turn that back on and start over. It is yellow, so it's not looking terrible. But while we skipped through that, it looks like we do have loam and a little silty clay. And does it tell us our yield now? Is 115, so that's not bad. That is not bad. But we do have a little bit of green right here, so I assume. And let's get cruise control enabled there. And just cruising 1.75, not a terrible amount to be putting down. And again, we will drive to the store if we run out. And since we're redoing this pass, I mean, we still haven't gone through 1,000. We'll see. Let's get it done. Well, we're definitely not going to get the entire field with this load of lime. And lime's not super expensive, so we'll probably go buy a little bit more so we can at least finish this field. But I think we're going to be out of luck for the field to the left, which I do want to get planted within the next month or so. We'll probably do wheat on that so we can make sure we're securing food for the chickens and straw for the cattle. But we'll keep going until we run out. And hopefully, like I said, we have, you know, I don't know what I said, guys. I keep saying that, but I don't know what I said. Now, I swear I had $53,000. I don't know where the other 4,000 went. We just spent 900. Did I spend money? We're gonna have to look at the finance tab when we get done with this. I'm confused. Because if we're gonna lose $4,000 every once in a while, we probably have auto repairs or auto fuels or something on. But we're not using workers. We'll have to check all those settings. But this is good. We bought 4,000. It looks like that was the right amount for us to get this field finished. And that first stretch that we did, I think, is a little thrown off by, I'm going to call it a bug in the game. You should be able to adjust it to the correct pH no matter what. We'll get this little spot here. And then I will just jump on this lane one more time and see. It's just not going to do it. It's not going to apply it because it already had a lime. Silly, silly bug. All right, let's look at the finance tab. It's driving me nuts. Miscellaneous, $4,050. And what did we buy? This is me prepping the game over here. That's why we see all that. I don't get it. Let's turn all of these off. Dynamic loan, yeah, that's fine. And then, yeah, I mean, we didn't have precision farming running or anything. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that if it happens again. I do know the amount that we had, so I am tempted to just fix this. This is silly. So we're gonna go ahead and come in here, and we're going to set the money to 53257, and then I'm gonna remove 900 from the lime. Yeah, this is gonna be hard enough. We're not just gonna have random 3,500 or whatever it was disappear on us. All right, cruising on back home. Just need to get the seeder now. And we'll see if we're lucky enough to have seed in the seeder like we did with lime in the spreader here. Or the spreader. And we'll just get this back in its home here. All right, we can't do any crop destruction here. We are lucky enough. No fertilizer in this implement. That's all right. Let's go ahead and make sure we switch this to grass. Oh, and don't mind me driving through my property like a moron. So much to get used to, guys. I'm loving playing this way, though. It's pretty rewarding. And speaking of rewarding, the size of this seeder should be pretty rewarding as well. All right, getting some grass put in. We'll have to remember we do need to do fertilizer after this. We're gonna have to figure out something to treat, well, it's grass, so we won't need to treat weeds here, but on our other fields, we'll need to treat weeds. And as we come to the other side of the field here, we're gonna just kind of cruise all the way in, and then we'll lift, and I'm gonna skip a row, or maybe 2 with this implement. Go ahead and lower it, and we'll pick up the headlands last. Nice grass field should come in, and we'll be able to cut the outskirts as well. Get a little bit more yield or production out of it because of the grass around the field. But I think it's time to get a little focused and get some grass planted. Making pretty good time here. We got a little more than half of the, well, we got the other side of the field done. working on this side now and just not really burning through too much seed, so this is ideal. Turning radius isn't the best right on this, but we're making by. Trying my best not to go in the road when I turn around, but sometimes it's a little impossible almost. So yeah, we'll just finish these ups and downs and then do whatever's left of the headland at that point. And then we do have the top of the field there that you can see not planted as well. Making good time, not even noon yet. We're gonna stay busy. Now just the top of the field here to finish, and we're all done planting some grass. A unique shape of a field would be, you know, again, like I'm not gonna complain about the width of this implement, but the turning radius made it a little tricky. And I think we'll be able to handle it. I'm not gonna swap out seeders because of it. Just something to get adjusted to. And last little speck here, and we're all done. All right, we should be able to just get this folded up. And we can turn off the seeder as well. Let's get her home. Fertilizer is next. We'll want to now figure out where that 60,000 liters is. And I have a feeling I know where it is. I think it's in one of the little silo, the little bins. We'll be able to do that, and that's gonna be our first stop sign. No, two stop signs. We're gonna back this up as much as we can, get it off the grass. I have a feeling it's right in there where all that fertilizer is, or the other one, right in front of us. Back up, attach to this, and I think we're safe to unload right there. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, let's see if this tells us. This is the solid fertilizer, perfect. So is there something in this one? Do we have lime in here in capacity too? And I wasted money. We do. It's all right. It was just 900 bucks, but now we know. I don't see another one for any extra seed around, but that'll do. All right, so we should be able to just fill this up. I'm sure there's some like hose or something that we would pull out of here and spray in there. All right, back out to the field. I mean, this tractor is sweet on the inside. I don't know why I don't use Massey Ferguson's more often. The side mirrors work great. Seems like a pretty good setup here. All right, we'll do the same song and dance we did with lime. No field detected. All right, doing it on our own. And back up as far as we can so we can see the width of this. And it is grass, so it's not gonna adjust the nitrogen level too much here. Increasing nitrogen level to optimal value for grass is 240 kilograms per hectare right now. So we definitely don't need all 9,000 of the liters in here. But I have a feeling... Oh, I think I know how to fix this field. I don't know why it said no field detected, but we'll try to fix it later. Yeah, I think we'll burn through this and get it done here. And luckily, our first... I want to call it a crop. I guess it could be considered a crop. Our first thing that we're planting does not require anything to treat the weeds. And I didn't see any stones either. So I'm sure we would uncover those if we did use the spader. Yeah, this shouldn't take too long at all with this width. Pretty nice. Let's get her done. Oh my goodness. We're almost done here. I figured it out. We spent money on the soil sample. Okay. We will fix the money. I'm glad I remembered before, trees, the recording session was done, but boy, that's embarrassing. And I'm tempted to edit it out, but like, I know we got some new people in from the first episode, and thank you guys for how well it's doing. It's still only been out for about 4 or 5 hours as I'm recording this now. Pretty cool response from the community so far, but let's fix that money. But we show the good, the bad, and the ugly was what I was getting at there. So let's go ahead and look at that again, if it'll let us. Precision farming. That's going to be 3150. 3150 removed from the account. The account is now back to where it should be. Okay, I feel better about that. But we do know that I cut someone off and that we have plenty of lime. So I don't know if we'll get to planting today. But I do want to get lime put down and see how expensive it is to... That Icera Pro never showed up. So I think some decisions... Can I put this back? Fills it up, but it won't empty it? That seems strange. I can't put it back in here? That one's going to be stuck. And we're definitely going to use a good amount of it when we do plant the wheat. We might do barley. I think barley does yield a little bit better and pay a little bit better. I was thinking we learned from the chicken challenge that sorghum pays well, but I don't think... Well, it doesn't do... it won't do the swath that we need. We're going to put those away later on. We're not going to leave them out. But we got to get our chores done for the day, or the work that we have outstanding done first. But yeah, I was thinking maybe we do sorghum for the feed for the chickens, but we won't get straw. We definitely need straw for the cattle. So once we have the money, we're going to buy a manure heap. We just don't have it right now. And I'm kind of thinking that we need to spend cash and just sell things before they're at their best price. I think we do, because that'll give us a better setup here, because we're not going to want to do what we did with the last field with the lime here. We're definitely going to want the soil samples. So we're going to eat the cost right now. We'll put on our big boy pants and we'll figure out how to make money and get through this. But that's another 18,000 gone and looking pretty good field-wise. Gosh, 107 yield bonus on this, 114 on that. This one's already tells us it's 106. So, I mean, we don't necessarily need the samples on the cornfield until we replant or until we start prepping to replant. So we can wait till we spend that money. But down to 30,000, we have just 1 month worth of payments. So October will be fine. But come November, we're definitely gonna need more cash. Yeah, just with the headland, we went through over 8,000. We might use all of that lime on this session. It's a nice start, but boy, gonna burn through it. And back at it for another headland. I think I'll see you guys on the other side. As dusk is upon us here, or getting very close, we are doing the last pass finally. We completely emptied out the lime station, hoping we have a little bit left over, because it'll always be nice to have a little bit left over. But as we pan back this way, you can see a beautiful sunset here. The sun's still in the sky a little bit, so we got a little bit of daylight, but it's starting to get a little shady out here. Finish this last pass and then check on the animals, and also we need to get that fertilizer put away. All done. We did load up that extra pallet that we had as well, so that is something that is in the spreader right now. So I think what we'll do is we'll put the spreader away as is, even though we're probably going to be using it for fertilizer next. And we'll just move those other pallets to a safe spot. All right, that desperately needs cleaned. We need to get a pressure washer soon, but that is where it belongs. Let's go ahead and just put the Massey away as well. And I am gonna as far as I can, because I do plan on using this for storage. Don't know if the John Deere will fit in. No, I don't think it will. So we'll probably try like right here to store those. All right, chickens, how'd you do today? 229 pieces. You're doing pretty good. Did it just go up too? No, it didn't. All right, but food's still okay. We don't need to bring any more over here. And our sheep are looking good for feed, so we might be okay. Oh boy, it just got dark. Where's the flashlight? There we go. And we might see a pallet in October for that. Cattle should still be pretty good as well on feed. They didn't go through a ton the first day. Yeah, 22,000, so we've got some time. What's their meadow say? Meadow is at 6,000 as well, so that definitely got some backup feed there. The flashlight's coming in handy to see our way around here. All right, let's get in 6R here. Get all our lights on to help us see a little bit better. That'll be a good place there for that. Get the pallet forks connected. Yeah, I'll definitely look into what was going on with manual connect or manual attach, because I definitely think that's a requirement for this series. All right, time to just get a little bit busy. Get these pallets put away. You know, these pallets aren't the easiest to stack, but I think we're doing decent. It'll be really fun to see how much better I get at this stuff as we are forcing ourselves to actually do it here on the channel finally. And boy, night is absolutely here now. And let's be a glutton for punishment here. And, oh, we're too close. Didn't realize we were that close already. Got a... Okay. That pallet had fun there. Here we go. That lowered back up just a hair more. Turn in. And boy, we can call it a day. That's all shut. That can stay there for tonight. That's no issue. Just gotta head to the house. Check out the moon. Man, this is my favorite playthrough in a long time, guys. Really, really digging it. I'm Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next episode. Well, I've been crunching some numbers, and all I have to say is it doesn't look good. We have less money than we need to make our loan payment today. $17,590 is what is needed here in Starbuck on our realistic playthrough. The good thing is we do have some corn to harvest, so I want to get that done before we make any other plans. And the other thing I was looking at was last episode we did plant our wheat in the field across the street, but I don't think we're gonna have a way to take care of the weeds. It's early, it's dark on this video, but we need all the time in the day. So we're starting at 6 a.m. Let's get across the street, take a look at that. I did check on all the animals and they're looking good. They got plenty of feed for the day. The only ones I didn't check on were the chickens, but I think they're gonna be all right, and we do have extra wheat if needed. So let's take a look here. Get our flashlight back out. Yeah, I do see some weeds in here. And our nitrogen level's not looking great either. So we need to get some fertilizer down. Yeah, I think I'm just struggling because let's get that harvest done first. We'll see if we have time to take care of the fertilizer at least. And we do have a decent amount. I'm sure we'll use a majority of it today. Where's my road? There's my road. So gonna get the harvester ready and prepped and get rolling on that. So let's check on the chickens though. Yeah, we got lots of chicks in here, 121. Yeah, 8,000. They're barely moving through the food. So that's a positive. But boy, we were not kidding when we said we made this hard, were we? Where did we, the harvester's right here. And honestly, I'm kind of feeling like we shouldn't have bought the soil samples. We should have just dealt with having a negative precision farming score this time around, but it is done. And the good thing about this is we have a decent size header here, and it should make this harvest seem pretty quick. Almost a better view in Cabot in the early morning. And taking a peek at the forecast, there is a little bit of a snowstorm coming this morning, so I think we really need to get a head start here. But the yield's looking okay. We're at about 78%, and I did notice that all my fields need plowed. It's a new feature for me to play with, so we will take care of that next time around. The grass field, we're gonna see how the yield is, and we might have to redo that field as well after one harvest. We should check on that though, because I'm wondering if it's gonna be at a state where we can actually harvest it in November, because I mean we might need to just to get something going for something else that we can sell. But hoping to get a decent amount of potential income from the corn. And just taking a peek here, it looks like January will peak, taking a peek at the peak price of $5.05 in January. So we have some wheat we could sell, we have some canola we could sell, and we're gonna have to do a little bit of that today to get by because we only have 11,000. I did, I got some comments. Contracts are definitely on the table. Taking a look at some of these here. Not necessarily wanting to do these with workers. So we might, when we get done, if this harvest is still here and we have time, I think we'll grab it because that 10,000 will definitely be needed, and that would get us by till November and allow us to take care of our bills this month and then hold on to some items that we could wait till they're at peak price to maximize income. It's gonna be a while before we're a profitable farm is what I'm learning. And that $3 million, luckily... Oh, we're full? What just happened there? We do have crop destruction on it. I don't understand what just happened there. What is going on with that part of the field? Let's do this and then we'll turn around, but I totally lost my train of thought there, because that threw me off. But we're getting down to a part of the field where we're getting 57% yield bonus. I'm gonna stay busy here, get to a point where we have a little bit better lighting for the video, and we'll rejoin you, and I'll try to figure out what's going on with this part of the field. I think I know what I was saying earlier. I think I was talking about the fact that it's gonna be a while before we make any money, and we're just to turn a profit to start hitting that debt a little bit harder. Luckily, a good amount of money will come out of the payments. So if we look at the loan right now, I mean, we've paid off $18,000, it looks like. It doesn't really show me interest. I wish it showed you how much of it's going towards interest. But, it's a little rough, right? Yeah, financially, you got this $22,000 coming out. Oh, here we go. Loan interest was $8,700, and principal was $8,800. So about a 50-50 split right here, and that's a little rough. But it is helping us to start paying off the debt. We're $16,000 less in debt than we were when we started. A whole lot to go. But it at least gives us somewhat of a silver lining on the progress we're making. But I don't think we're going to be profitable this year. We'll find out for sure. And looking at time-saving stock check of all the things we can sell, we're at about 107,000, and we're talking about needing around 212 or 218. I can't remember. We can do the math again. So it'll be, a little bit of patience early on. These fields aren't yielding like they should. We get 78% here. Some places we're closer to 50-some%. So treating the fields better. We absolutely need to get the spader out and get this plowed and get that in a better state. So we're going to have to figure out how to afford to get the soil samples so that we can get the things in a good pH level and the nitrogen at a good level for the fertilizer. And we really do need to treat weeds, so we might need to risk it and sell things early to really steamroll or help snowball this whole thing and get some momentum going on making some profit, because I'm a little concerned. After this harvest, we should know a lot more. We'll be able to, get estimates on what we'll make off of the corn, and that'll tell us, how dire our financial situation really is. But, at some point we're going to have to invest in something to help us increase our revenue. And you kind of need money to do that. We got all of our possibilities for investing without cash already tied up in our loan. So a loan's not going to be the way out of this. No line of credit to help us invest in something that will quickly pay off the line of credit. Really not going to be able to do that this time around. It's challenging. So, when I started this, I, wanted something that was hard, wanted something that was going to force us to play a different style, but also something that had some length to it, some longevity. And I think we found it here. It's gonna take a while, but we'll try to make it as entertaining as possible and make some progress when we can, and just do some grinding when the grinding is required, which is kind of like right now. So again, trying to get as much of this done before the snow hits. At that point, we'll shift over and probably focus on fertilizing the wheat field. And there's also, we are going to be able to put the fertilizer and lime back in the stations. We're just going to have to use a front loader and lift them up to do that, is my understanding. So we'll give that a shot in today's episode as well. Well, we're getting some daylight here finally. We're heading in with our second time unloading the harvester. I do want to kind of get an idea of how much money this is. Time-saving stock check doesn't show it until we put it in the silo. So we're going to unload it. It's just about 8 o'clock. I expect it to start snowing any moment now. And so we're going to take a break from the harvest here. And we might not be able to get to a contract. We might have to sell a little bit of something to get by. It's going to be pretty impossible to do a contract harvest while I'm doing this harvest without my full attention on it. You know, we can't tab, so that's going to be a little bit of a struggle. But once this is unloaded, we will shut this off. Do have a little bit of snow coming down. Not sure which cloud that's coming from, but it's happening. So we'll get this off for now. And we'll take this in, like I said, and we'll dump the grain we have, or the corn we have in here in the silo. Take a look at our time-saving stock check to kind of get an idea how we're doing, or how we're going to do when it comes time to sell it. All right, dumping corn for the first time. So we do see corn in here, so that was only $14,000 worth. Okay, and that would be in January. It's gonna be rough, guys. Yeah, there's definitely the icon for it. So yeah, there we go. We do just dump it in here. Fascinating. I mean, that's pretty realistic. Well, not straight into the ground, but you know what I mean. All right, so we do have a little bit of lime that we could put away as well. I think it's like less than 1,000 in here. Oh, 4,000. Okay, so let's get it close, and we'll detach, and then, oh, those are 1,000 each, aren't they? Oh, no, they are 2,000 each. So this should just be 3 to move over there. And until I get figure out why my controller's not working, this is gonna be even harder. So sorry for the jerky camera movements today, but we gotta figure out why the camera's not working, or the controller. All right, I'm gonna get these put away, and then we'll get the fertilizer in the spreader. And this thing holds a decent amount, so it shouldn't take too long to get that fertilizer down in that field. Yeah, we still have 52,000 liters in here. Oh, let's stop that. Let's actually load these ones up first, so we don't have to move them. I think we are going to need to spend $1,000 on this set of narrow tires, and I don't know if the spreader can get narrow tires, so we'll look at that later. We get going here. But we have the narrow tires on the tractor at least, because we do have a crop growing. And boy, the weeds are looking pretty rough here. Did I not plant? Oh my goodness, I thought we planted already. Okay, getting things mixed up. Well, that's embarrassing. We are gonna go with barley. I think barley does pay a little bit better, so we'll do that. And gosh, I think I'm gonna go ahead and, because I can't remember if rain actually, or snow causes a lost yield during harvesting, so we will just do this ourselves for a little bit. And using a regular worker, we should be able to just hand this over, or using the regular, oh yeah, gotta turn it on. The regular steering assist. And then we could hand it over to a regular worker later on. But getting some barley in the ground here. Snow's starting to come down. Clouds are coming in a little bit more too, so a little worried about this. Hoping it's only a little tiny snowstorm. But yeah, I'll get a decent amount of this planting done here. And then we'll get back to the harvest. But we might hold off. Like if we look at the chart here, corn can be harvested in November. So we might focus just on this field the rest of the day. We'll see what time it is and see if we have time to grab that contract if it's still available. And knowing that our corn can sit till November, I'm remembering my plans now, guys. Oh boy. I think that might be wise for us financially. Now, thinking a little bit more, we probably should have plowed this, but I just don't think we have time, and we absolutely needed to get this crop in the ground for the chickens so that we have feed for them. Wouldn't be able to, I mean, and we need the straw as well, so I think this is a wise decision, just taking the yield hit and the precision farming hit, I believe. Let's look at that. So on our score, tillage is at 5.5. I don't know if plowing would have changed the score as much as just the yield bonus. I can't remember on precision farming. I do know they added some more windows in here specifically for precision farming now. Funny, I can't find it now. I found it earlier. It popped up for me, but yeah, so we could... Land not owned by us. We could potentially just have a yield loss this time around, which is unfortunate, but the way it's got to be. Now let's take a look at the weather as well here. Yeah, so this storm should go away, but changing our plans here, I don't think it's that important to worry about the storm now. All right, with the headlands done, let's go ahead and swap this over to an AI worker. And they should, I think they'll recognize that they don't need to do the headlands. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to run back. Actually, let's get on the tablet real quick. Absolutely want the... Ooh, yeah, I don't think we're going to have time. So we'll do this one. We are going to accept the contract and use our own equipment. Field 3, not too far from here. It's just right behind our grass field. And we will get our gear all set up here. We'll have to swap out our header, get the header trailer attached to the harvester, and put the corn header away for now. And oh, I need to shut you off. Yeah, to sacrifice time, I'm gonna jump into side by side real quick to go get the harvester. But yeah, we'll do the soybean contract. It should bring in at least 10,000, and then there might be a little bit of extra for us to make some money off of, which is always nice. Where, yeah, there's the harvester over there. Well, it might cost us a little bit more cash, but we are going to start utilizing workers to run some caravans to get around with multiple vehicles. So we'll go ahead and set this one up right now on follow me. All right, got that all. Well, they're going to back up, or are they going to? Yeah, they'll follow us. Okay. So yeah, we'll get the header put away. Like I said, we'll get the... We'll need the header trailer. Here they come. I don't know what they're doing. They're swerving around back there. But yeah, and then we'll get the semi to follow us as well. I don't think we'll bring the side-by-side all the way to field number 3, but I'm hoping by the time we get there, the snowstorm is all finished. And just Nope, nope. Let's put it away. Let's put it away right. Definitely can see it's dry under here. Oh, guys, I need to add manual attach. It will be back. It's right here. There's tabs up here, guys. Precision farming. Then we have one for the Highland Fish expansion and base game. I don't see anything about plowing. So I think it is just a yield thing. All right, we got this started. So I should just keep pulling forward. And they should start following us. And they're not. Oh god, oh my goodness. I do have to tell you guys, I've been very dissatisfied with semis in this game. I just, what is this doing right now? There's nothing in it, like. We have our parking brake on? No. No wonder we're struggling. Like, if we can't get up to speed with nothing in... Like, what is happening? We're just driving this fine a minute ago. 425 horsepower. I mean, come on. Gotta wait for Follow Me to actually... And then they can drive fine. Okay. Nope, they're struggling too. I don't understand. But that's not how we leave our field. And Follow Me stopped because something... Oh my goodness, guys. I'm going to lose it today. We're going to turn on faster running for stuff like this. Shake it a little bit. Maybe that'll do it. I just feel like there's things with this game that are just so broken. Something with the trailer. Reset didn't help. I reset both vehicles, or both things here, just on cruise control. The only change I made was I added manual attach. I don't want to mess up the finance tab, but I don't know what else to do other than resetting things. Like, it didn't work. Like, I just been trying my hardest to be positive about this game, guys, and it's stuff like this on base game equipment that just drives me freaking nuts. All right, let's go and try something here. We're gonna shut off trailer fill limit and see if that helps, unless it's something with manual attach that I don't know. Old hoses. Old hoses. Okay. Not, that's, we'll edit a lot of this out. Okay, Follow Me seems to be working now. Let's head on out to field 3, get started with this contract, and hoping they make the turn there. Look back. Yeah, I think they're gonna be fine. They might run into some traffic, but I think they'll be good. Trying to see what our helper's done over here, and oh, pay attention to where you're going. I don't see them. Oh, here they are. They redo the headlands. All right, they're fine. They're fine. And my bad driving. Okay, so that sucks. All right, let's go ahead and put this right here, and I will get the come over here now. And I think I hit Q. That'll do it. And they're stuck in the middle of the road. We're going to have to go rescue them in a second. This is about as... This is going exactly how I expected a realistic playthrough to go on hard economy. The frustrations are growing. The bad driving was my bad. What's going on here? Are you kidding me? You're just driving around? Because manual attach, probably? Okay. There's that. And are you gonna... Oh boy, what a day. Okay, over here, we need to get these hoses connected too, I believe. Attach, power, take off. Okay. That looks good. I think we have everything set now on this harvester. Learning. We are learning and trying not to be frustrated. So I guess we could. I'm not going to do that. I was going to say we could take this straw and make money, but it's not our field. I'll let me know what you guys feel about that. I feel like that is a little bit too cheaty. Too much cheating there. But finally harvesting after a little frustrating segment there. It doesn't show us the yield information. Not really necessarily a concern. The only concern I do have is with precision farming, if the contract is going to actually get us to 100%. And I don't think we have the contract that tells us, or the contract mod. Yeah, it doesn't. We had that one before that told us that information, that we would know how many liters we needed. But, whew, to get the frustration out. It was nothing to do with the game. It just was to do with a mod I'm not familiar with. And I think we've learned our lesson. Let's get this contract done, make some money. Workers are eating our money. So it seems like, let me know, this is something I don't know, guys. Does the contract wages change based on the economy setting? It seems like it does. I feel like they are eating at our money a little bit more than base game, but it's something we got to deal with if we want to get all this done. But if it's going to cost us $10,000 for them to plant that field while we make $10,000 off of this one, it seems not really worth it. But I think I'm just being paranoid at this point. Round the headland, 36% full, and a decent sized field. It says the contract's 20% done, so I think we're going to be completely fine with the contracts on this map. That part of the field doesn't want to harvest, so hopefully we don't need that little bit of grain there, a little bit of soybeans. And I think this was configured for, was it one headland? Yeah, so we'll just start the ups and downs now. And I'll probably just, I don't know, maybe just drive over to unload. We could have had follow me on the side of us here. But I haven't successfully done that on a harvest. I've always had them run into something, and I don't want them driving over the crop either. So we'll get auto drive configured here eventually. That'll be our best friend long term on this playthrough. Definitely for the next harvest of that field and the cornfield, but I wanted to do the first ones. Just kind of, I don't want to say a rule, but it's like a preference of mine to do all these fields once. And I don't know, people that have been around for a while probably noticed that. I'll do these harvests myself the first time, and then the next cycle we'll get auto drive going to where I'll do like maybe the cart, or we might not do auto drive, but at least horseplay for doing the harvest, and then I'll do the run the cart, or I'll run the harvester and have auto drive run the cart for us, or the semi in this case. Kind of the way I play, and I don't see any difference in that for this series, or doing that any different. So, and being a contract, sometimes I do just feel like it's a little cheesy too to have a lot of help, you know what I mean? Got to do a lot of the work ourselves to earn the money. But let's see how many times we have to unload. I don't think it'll be many, but let's get focused and stop being cranky. kind of just watching our dollar amount dissipate, if that's the right word. It's I think there's a persona of the farmer on this playthrough that is just coming out. He's stressed. He's watching his money just disappear, and I guess that's part of it, right? If I'm going to decide that I want to have a worker do the big jobs, I'm going to have to pay big money for it. It's going to be interesting to see if we even come out with a profit here doing it this way. Because I think it's been over $1,000 already that we've paid to that worker. And some of that stuff, like I was thinking through it here while I was sitting here watching the money go down and doing this harvest, and I was like, well, typically I don't play with wages on. I'm sure you guys have noticed that. When I use course play, I shut them off, and auto drive, I shut them off because I feel like they're too aggressive. But it balances out. If they're going to pay me 10 grand just to harvest this, it seems like it would be close to that to plant that field over there for me paying a different person, because I'm basically contracting the work out myself. So kind of thinking through my own hypocritical thoughts there. And we're going to have to pick and choose when we use workers. And this might have been a mistake. So we'll see when we get done. Hopefully we get done in time to where, well, we're almost halfway done. So once we get done with that contract, we should have enough time left in the day to finish planting ourselves. So basically, they're just giving us a little bit of a jump start, and it shouldn't be the whole field, but they'll get done what they get done. And it makes me wonder, do we show wages on here? And it says 973. So yeah, I was right. It was close to 1,000 already. Pretty, I mean, I wish that was real, because I think I wouldn't mind doing that for some extra cash around town. All right, unloading for the first time here. You need to get this. I'm gonna run it ×2 for my run multiplier. I think that's gonna be fine for this playthrough. But yeah, unloading for the first time. I think we'll be able to finish this field without unloading, so we'll only need 2 times. We'll just come back over here and then get back to saving money by not having the worker finish. But they're making pretty good time. Wanted to look at it this way. Yeah, they're doing great. So at the end of the day, I think it is money well spent. Just stressed on making it through without going bankrupt here. All right, finally done with the harvest. Actually didn't take very long. It wasn't bad. But I'm hoping we have enough grain here, enough soybeans. 7,000 here on the second load. I think it's like 14,000 on the first one. Let's get this unloaded, then we'll drop the header trailer and hope we don't drop it on our feet. Let's see, let's get an update here. Yeah, pretty good. It's gonna save me a lot of time. I think we're just really embracing the crankiness that is the reality of our economy here. So let's try to line this up really good. And it's the wrong side. All right, that looks lined up good. We'll go ahead and detach the hoses first. Attach power off, please. Please. There we go. And then we will try to figure out how to detach the header. Okay, so we should have the semi following us. We're gonna try to drive a little bit better home this time, but I don't know how much I'm gonna leave in the video. I need to find a good video that walks you through everything about manual attach. I could not get the header removed. Disconnected the hoses, couldn't find the button to detach the header from in cab, and it didn't work. So, and just why? Semis are broken. No one can convince me otherwise. I know it takes a while to get up to speed for semis, but in this game, I would much rather have the way they functioned in FS22. Boy. We need to find a better place to park this so that the header's easier to attach. When it was in the grass over here on an angle, it just, oh my goodness, just drive. And I think this will be its home now. All right, we're heading into town to finalize this contract. We need to turn in the grain, the soybeans here, and see if we get a little bit of extra payday from it. Would be really needed right now. All right, seems to be the place. Finish that contract. And a little bit of cash. So we got an extra 1,000. This economy. All right, Walter. Well, we'll take another 10 grand from that. Thank you so much. We have $20,000 right now. We got to get over there, take over for the worker, and just not sure with the other expenses that we have around the farm. Just it's going to be tight. All right, you're doing a great job, but I will take it from here. Away we go, keeping our dollar amount where it was at. Looks like we have plenty of seed. We're going to get focused here, try to shake off the crankiness, and make some progress. It's been a long October here on the realistic challenge. We're getting this field finished. About 390 liters of seed remaining, so I think this will be the last field we're able to plant without buying more seed, unless we have a bunch in the planter as well, which would be ideal. Well, half a corn harvest, planted our field here. We got a little bit of daylight. I think we might be able to swing finally getting to that fertilizer like we were supposed to do hours ago, but we'll get this put away and then potentially see if we have enough fertilizer to get this field done. Not a lot of daylight though, so from dawn to dusk today. Now I'm gonna gamble that this is enough and we're not going to need to completely fill it up. 425 kilograms per hectare right now. We're going from red to a greenish yellow, it looks like. Very confused by that. I don't understand why it doesn't just become, I guess the colors aren't consistent to begin with and we're applying the same amount. I guess it makes sense. But does it actually get it to a good state? So we got 120. Yeah, everywhere is going to say 120. Oh, yeah, then we have 195, but it still says good. So it seems like 120 is too much. So not sure why it would do that. But we'll definitely get to the corn harvest in November. And we're going to have to sell some things as well to make some money. Be able to make that payment. So now we're applying 574 kilograms per hectare here, turning it green. So maybe after the next harvest it'll get all consistent so we don't see what looks like it was tram lines, but I think it's just where we've driven. Very strange. I can't remember if there's tram lines in this when we harvested it, but there still should be if there was, so I assume there wasn't. Well, sunset is officially upon us here. Getting a little dark, not able to see everything as well as we want to. Gonna go ahead and end the episode here. We'll try to bring a better attitude next episode for sure. I'm gonna get the rest of this work done at night here, and we'll get back to that corn harvest in November. And we're gonna see if we can get through the winter financially and get to the spring and somehow start making a profit. I'm Socks Way Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next episode. Welcome back to No Shortcuts. Today we are finally going to actually finish this corn harvest. So we started in October. We're getting to it. We're down to $1,200. Our loan payment did come out this morning. So we got to finish this, see where we're sitting, see what things are good to sell. I know we do have a wood beam and we have some eggs that are at a good price to sell today. So I wanted to get a little bit more progress done with this harvest before I do that. And kind of letting, I think it's canola prices that we're also letting kind of get a little bit better today. So we will be selling, most likely, we'll be able to sell the canola in November as well. I do need to check on the fields and see what we have left to do to them. I think the barley field's going to need weeds treated and we don't really have a way to do that. So we could lease some equipment. I don't think I made a rule for that, and I don't think I should have to since this is a realistic playthrough. Leasing equipment is realistic. So yeah, I'll keep going a little bit more on this, and then we'll get the grain cart moved over here, or the semi, to unload it. But at least finish the headland and see if we have any indication of how much money we're going to make off this field. I think we have about 14,000 in the silo already, dollars worth, that is. But I think today we're really going to get to the point where we can stop stressing about money now that we're going to be able to sell some of our goods, and hope that we can get to a point where we can afford some equipment to cut the grass field when the time comes, because the sheep and the cows are going to run out of feed before we know it. You know, it only took us a month to get the headland done here, but it is complete. And we'll see. I think I don't like the way this course is set up, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. Maybe we just trust it. And we'll go ahead and try a little lands approach here. We're going to go in 3 passes. And we'll see how that works out on this field, but the odd shape of it makes me a little hesitant, but I think this actually will work out pretty good. 58% full right now. We're only getting 68% yield bonus, so we're going to definitely improve that in this field when we get to plant it ourselves. And that's kind of the big thing right now is we are, you know, harvesting what we got when we started the save file. And we always know that they don't treat the fields the best, and you don't get the best yield on that initial harvest if it's already planted. So we'll definitely get that closer to 100, if not above it, on this field next time around. If I'm remembering correctly, we do not have the soil sample, so we'll have to save up some money for that as well. Maybe buy the Icera Pro when we do sell the canola and the other goods that we're able to make money off of. But are we going to get to the end before we're full here? This field's a little bigger than I thought it was, which is a great thing. All right, 95% full. I think we are going to do the same trick that our workers do when we're running course play. We'll back up to about right here. We'll go ahead and harvest the pass next to us so we can make room for the semi to get in here. And that should do it. We'll go ahead and shut that off, the header off for now. Now, if this field does generate us a couple $100,000, we're gonna be set. So just got to get through this first year, then we can start making a lot more money off these fields. Kind of killing a dead horse at this point. Or beating a dead horse, is that the saying? Oh, did we go a little too far forward? Don't want to damage any crops. All right, that works. So egg prices are above peak. They're on their way down, so we should probably sell that. Wood beams looks like the same. I think we will just back this out for now. That should be good, right? Well, let's back a little bit more. That's shut off. Let's shut off the harvester as well. And we'll get the John Deere with the front loader so we can sell some goods, make some money. And I think we'll start with the bigger dollar item here, the wood beam that we finally have. We don't know our way around the sales locations yet, so I did tag the warehouse. That's where we're going to sell this. And I believe it's just in town here. So the proximity of our farm seems to be pretty good to most of the sales locations we're going to so far, which is always nice. Oh, I think I saw the place where we need to go. Let's just loop around the building here. So there's the front door. I think that's where things spawn because it's the warehouse, but then right back here is where I think we want to sell this. Go ahead and put it on the ground now, and that should do it. So $3,010 for that puts us up to 4,200. Not the best sales day right there, but we do have a little bit more eggs, or little eggs to sell as well. Hard economy, man. It is hard. And the eggs are going to the canning factory, which is also in the same area as the warehouse. And we will double check, but I think we do need to wait a little bit longer on the canola. Make sure it does get to a peak price. But I think, yeah, inside this fence here, we'll just loop around the back and get the egg sold. Drop that down there. Another $800. So we're up to 5,000. We still are, oh, what, 11,000 short for our loan payment. But we got more things to sell later on today, so we should be set. We should be stressing, like I said earlier, a lot less after today's episode. And just double checking before we get back at it, canola is still rising, not quite to peak. We would lose about $1,800 right now if we sold it. Wheat is also looking pretty good, but we're holding on to that for the chickens. And then corn, we have till probably late next month. So let's go ahead. We're going to get focused on this harvest. And then, oh, there we go. And then I will, every once in a while, take a peek at that canola price and make sure we don't miss it peaking. But I think we'll probably be good to finish this harvest before that happens. So, back at it. Let's get it done.
When did we make it so cold? The air is too thick to breathe. I wonder when you're coming home at 4:05. Just where have you been? I can tell from your breath that you've been drinking. Lying seems so easy to you. Just wanna know what you're thinking. Nothing comes easy when it comes to you. You said you wanted to know me, but did you even try? All you do is find new ways to hurt me. You just wanna act like it's fine, but it's not alright. You just act like it's fine. Oh no, it's not alright. No, it's not alright. It's not alright. Remember all those good times? Was it all just a scene? Now all we do is put out the fires. It's not how we used to be. I can sit here and talk about the memories, but I guess that's not what you wanna do. So I just wanna know what you're thinking, 'cause nothing comes easy when it comes to you. You said you wanted to know me, but did you even try? 'Cause all you do is find new ways to hurt me, when you just wanna act like it's fine, but it's not alright. It's not alright.
We're making a little dent in the field. See what we've harvested so far. I feel like these passes this direction would be faster, so I might finish this and then reroute it. I think that'll be faster long term, but I did want to dump this and get an update financially. We should have close to 40,000 liters of corn to go into the silo, and I want to see the number, guys. I want to see it getting a little bit higher of our possibility of income here when we sell the. Try to make sure we don't take this too sharp here, so we make sure the trailer does get straight when we go through here. Should be good. And dumping. Not bad. So this is going to give us over 60, close to 66,000 right now. And time-saving stock check does show that at a value of 33,000. Little depressing when you look at the numbers that way. All right, we got to stay busy so we can get more done today other than just harvesting. I mean, I guess it makes for a quick day, but we are finishing up the harvest here. I think I do have enough capacity to finish this pass. If not, we'll need to unload and just do a little bit more. Numbers aren't super exciting, but canola should be at a close to a... Well, we're probably just going to have to sell the canola at this point once we unload the rest of the corn. So let's get this last 2% in here. Glorious, it did fit. All right, let's get the semi, get it unloaded, and we'll figure out what's next. And I think all of it will fit. It'll be close. We do have the weight limit on here. But if we look here, we got 155,411 liters, and that's going to put us under 100,000 once we do dump it. So I'm still stressed. Yeah, max is at 32,000. We're going to bring this in, and then I think we're just going to bring the harvester closer because you can see this thing struggles to get up to speed. And I keep having to remind myself that we're going to have better yields moving forward. But these are just our starter yields. Things will work out. All right, it's going to be lots of trips to canola. You can see the price is just about peaked and on its way down. So I think it's time to just start making the trip to the oil mill. We'll get that tagged because we don't know where that is, but it looks like 2,700 feet away. Quite a few trips, being that we can only hold 76% capacity here because of weight. So we'll slowly deal with the slowness of our semi. And find that oil mill back there. And start making some cash. Nice backside view of the baseball field here. Pretty sweet little feature of this map. So it looks like this road we're coming across here is how we want to head back home. And it'll be a little quicker trip that way. Let's see what each load's going to bring in here. And then we'll bust this out. 33,000. All right. Let's go back and get some more. Here's our second load. Should be another $33,000. Canola seems to pay pretty good. We're up to 71,000 now. We have not quite a full load to get for our last time. And the last load is only 32,000 liters, so it won't be quite as much money, but it does bring our total up to 95,000. Feels a little bit more secure at this point. We don't have a lot of money to spare, but we definitely need to treat the weeds in our barley field. Does this have, it does have the see and spray. If we lease this, it'd be only 4,000. I'm going to do it. All right, we're going to go pick that up. Actually, we'll purchase some herbicide and hope that 2,000 is enough for that big field. So I don't want to burn through too much cash, and we're running out of daylight. But fertilizer should be good on that field, and we just need to get the weeds treated. So let's go pick up that implement and the herbicide and get to spraying. You know, with the see and spray technology, it shouldn't use too much herbicide. And we do have the narrow tires on here, so we shouldn't get any crop damage. And gosh, there's got to be weeds. I mean, maybe we got lucky here. Oh, there's definitely weeds in some of it. Okay, so see and spray's perfect for this, and it is on, so it should only spray when it needs to. And let's get the rest of our lights going so we get a little bit more daylight. Still nothing. So if we look at that map, yeah, we should start to see some getting sprayed. Yep, just some small spurts or spritzes. Yep, you can see it a little bit there. Not bad, but we'll stay focused here, get it done, and sunset's upon us. Forgot to hit the record button there. We did finish the spraying. Seek and spray is definitely the way to go. We used, I think, like, I don't know, maybe 200 liters. So we have definitely plenty of herbicide back at home for next time. And we'll definitely want to buy one of these once we can afford it. Just going to have to lease some equipment to get by. You know, making those yields as good as possible is definitely the top priority. But we are here at the dealership. We're going to drop this off and let them know that we're done with it. And that'll really complete our day. All right, that is returned. And it looks like we do have a snowstorm coming tonight. Looks like it is getting close to starting to come down. I'm going to get some sleep, you know. We got some tillage to take care of in December. We're going to check on our grass fields. We're going to, you know, crunch some numbers and see how close we are to being able to afford something for mowing and making some hay and TMR. And probably get to selling that corn next episode as well. Though it's not necessarily the most exciting amount, but I think it'll be enough to help us get by. I'm Socks Way Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next episode. Well, it's a cold December morning here in Starbuck, Minnesota. We are at Axel's Tractor Center. We're going to be purchasing a couple pieces of equipment today. First, I want to start off by grabbing the log fork. Then we're going to head down to the Forestry trailers, the wood transportation. We're going to go with this $15,000 one. We're not going to grab the crane. I think this will be the best way for us to make some money on that. Might have been best to just lease this stuff, but I have a feeling we'll be doing a little bit more lumber work on this series just to make some cash. I think it's going to be required. All right, we are close enough. Let's go ahead and get that hooked up. And then we also want to get the hoses attached here. There it goes. Got to hold Z. Okay, is there anything else we got to attach on this? I think we're looking good. All right, let's see if it's going to pull away for us. Yeah, I think we did it right there. Getting used to it. Give a manual attach another shot here. So there's a couple areas that we want to clear the trees to expand our fields and potentially make another grass field. I think what we're going to do is there was the tricky area on the cornfield that we're going to attack first. And once we get over there, I'll show you exactly why. All right, just getting into our yard here, we can see well, there is a pond. We might need to think through this a little bit. There's a pond in the center, but there's just this tiny, I guess we could technically get some dirt and fill this up. I mean, it's nice to have water on the property though. So we have these trees here. We have this little skinny one will be easy to take care of. There's a couple of those. And then we have three, I think it's just three big boys that have a lot of limbs and are gonna take a lot of patience. So this is the first area we're gonna clear. Boy, we haven't been over here in a while. This is gonna be ready to cut. Probably in April. But we have this area as well, which is gonna be a little more daunting, a little more trees. And we go all the way back here. We wanna get rid of all of them this winter and expand this field. And just take, you know, advantage of this land here. And I'm just kind of today hoping to make our money back on our investment in this equipment. You know, it could have been leased, and we could have leased it, you know, maybe 3 months to take care of things. But I think, like I said earlier, I think it's okay to spend the money on this. This is an investment into something where I'm hoping, even on hard economy, we can make a decent amount of money off of wood. But let's take a look at the third section that we're going to want to remove before we get started. And so we're driving around here, and what I'm thinking is we leave that tree that we just drove by, but all of these ones could go. And then we could turn this into a grass field and really be the main way that we feed the sheep and the cows. So let's do a double check on the animals before we get started, because there's a lot of focus on lumber work today. Not the most excited about it, but sometimes there's chores that you just gotta do, even though they're not fun. We're sitting over here, no meadow. And why am I not seeing it? We have 6,000 food still, so we might need to get a little bit of feed for them soon. We'll keep an eye on that. Where's our vehicle? There it is. Chickens should be fine, but we'll check on them as well. I'm more concerned about the cattle. Let's see what we got over here. Still 10,000, not bad. We do have 2,000 milk now. So that's something we're gonna wanna think about really soon, is getting a trailer to be able to sell the milk. And, you know, realistically, I need some help on that. So we probably need to be selling that daily. I don't know what the lifespan is and how often dairy farms, and maybe I'll just do some Google research on this as well, how often they actually have to send out their milk to get processed to whoever they're selling it to. So I was hoping to get a little daylight after the intro, but it looks like the sun's taking its time rising today. So I think what we'll do is we're gonna hop out the John Deere, get our chainsaw. Well, you know what, we can probably shut this off, save a little bit of diesel there. And we're gonna get these all down. And I think we probably will lease a stump grinder. And we'll do that when we're absolutely ready for it. But let's go ahead and get this delimbed. And I think what I wanna do is just get all of these fell all of these. Terminology, man. Now, are these gonna need... I don't know. We'll figure that out, if we're gonna have to actually cut those down or if I can just get rid of them by plowing over the area. We got double trees. Well, that's a predicament. We are going to use our little trick here of delete object, because that's a little sad, but if you turn on the menu here, you can see delete log does show up, so then we know we're deleting the right thing. And then that should finally fall on its own, finally. Yeah, so that's going to be in the way, but let's see if these other ones are that way as well, but I'm going to do a little bit of this off camera, though. We'll take care of it. We'll give you an update. All right, let's go ahead and detach this right here. And we can hop back in, and I think... I don't know, we're going to see if we can grab these. Okay, that turns it that way. Always got to remember, because I don't do this often enough. HD62F for sale. What is that? Oh, a header. Nice. Okay, so let's see. Is this going to even fit? Because that was the concern I had as well. It looks like it does. Now, oh, I guess we can turn it that way. Kind of remember what we're doing here. Don't remember the buttons. Let's back up and try to memorize that. Okay, that turns it that way. This one goes up and down. Okay. So go like that. Sneak over here. And then this way should go down. Oh, it's so slippy. Okay. Let's try this way. This is... Oh, kind of feel like we want to push this closer to the trailer so that if we do get lucky enough to grapple it, I just don't think we're going to be able to actually grapple this thing. A little pushy there. And hopefully the trailer stays still here. It's just not getting under it. So when we try to close this, it's just nothing's happening. So as we lift this up and try to just accidentally get it on there. So just not the right equipment for this job. But that might be the best we can do here. And can we even get in here to strap those? Maybe if we hop up. There we go. That got it a little bit. Now this next piece should be a little bit smaller, so I wanted to, get a little bit of these on camera. And it should just be these big trunk areas that we're gonna really struggle with. Though that one seems like we should be able to grapple a little bit, but it's just... Oh, we're holding on to it. All right, let's slow down. Yeah, the weight, I was wondering about that. Okay, there's definitely something we can use for a rear weight. Open that up, just back up now at this point. Oh man, this is gonna be a mess, but let's go grab something to use as a rear weight. Now I wanted to start with this so that we could start getting the spade on here and start, getting it cultivated or plowed, I guess, technically. So we are gonna use that as a weight because I understand it's pretty heavy. Just back on up here. Hopefully we're close enough there. And get this attached. And we probably want to get these hoses attached and the PTO as well. Which, let's see if it does show me. Oh no, let's get that. Always shut off this setting. Whew. And attach power. Okay, that's what we did already. Hold to detach hoses. Is it Y? Let's get that connected. It's got to be in the menu, right? Manual attach, Q, and it says Z to attach and detach the PTO and hoses. But the PTO is definitely not connected. So if we like hop in here, it's like, do you have to get at a certain spot? Like, do I have to be down here? So this is like, guys, am I doing something wrong? But we come into the controls. It's definitely only those two buttons. I know people are using this. I just load early. Manual attach. Yeah, it's Z and Q.
What we need to do is we need to hit the Z key or Z. Boop. And that puts our PTO in, and then hold the Z or Z key, and that'll put in our connections. Bam.
Aha.
Like
thank you, DJ. There it is. Okay, so just tapping Z, holding Z does the hoses. Awesome. Okay, so that is hooked up for now, but it's, like we said, it's going to be acting as a weight, hopefully. And hopefully we can maneuver, because it is kind of big. So we do want to switch back to our front loader so we can move that around. All right, I'm going to get back to work, and I'll keep you guys updated. Been around the channel for a while. This is my kryptonite here. So we'll get it done the best we can. I don't understand how to get these in here better. Oh boy. Okay, let's go try to grab another one live, and I want to get comments to let me know what I am doing wrong, because I know I've seen people do this successfully. Like, in my opinion, I should be able to roll up on this tiny little limb here. And we should be able to sneak the forks underneath it instead of pushing it. Like, that has to be fixed, in my opinion. Like, it's not a good mechanic. And I'm like so tired of complaining about it, but it's a feature in the game that I would love to be able to enjoy more. It's just not good. Like, I'm just gonna use super strength for a second. Just have that right there so I can give myself a good start. I shouldn't have to come in like this, because I still can't. Like, you can't go through the ground. And then going underneath it, like, it just pushes. It just pushes. It's beyond frustrating. Beyond frustrating. But let's go ahead and get this stuff detached so we can get an idea of what we're going to make off of these. Oh, that auto hookup. That's kind of nice. But then over here, we'll have to put on the hoses. That's pretty cool. So let's find out where we're going. Wood, the best price. It's so similar that we are just gonna go to the closest one. Lots of work still to do. I am not looking forward to it. Just being completely honest, guys. But once we get through it, should be fine. Oh, is that our sawmill? Yeah, that's not gonna work. We don't want to sell it there. Let's go ahead and go to this one then. We got plenty of wood to get through to keep feeding our sawmill, which really isn't producing a lot. Those small productions are a little underwhelming. Oh, proximity's not bad here. Looks like our loading zone right here. Let's go ahead and unstrap everything and let them know we got a delivery. All right, that was 4,000, not bad. Up to $56,000. And the remainder of the first tree, just wanted to kind of get an idea what we're making per one of these big trees that we're spending so much time on. And that was, you know, about a little over 7,000 total, which not bad. That's not bad at all. And I got the big stumps here just to get them out of the way, and then we can work on the little limbs on the other trees. And I grabbed a couple of the smaller trees, so let's go ahead and get that sold. Another 7 grand there, looking good. We're almost back to where we were. I think we were at about $69,000 when we started today. So this little area is definitely going to pay for itself already. You can see the rendering's not quite there yet, but that's what's left of these trees in this first area. And then I think we'll take a little bit of a break and get to a little bit of farm work. We got all winter to really take care of this. Can you separate these two by cutting it like you can? Nice. That's not bad. I definitely think I'm leaning towards starting to slow roll this and kind of just get as much as we can done each month to pay the bill. You know, the big rent bill, the big mortgage bill, which is around $17,000. So, I mean, we're still barely positive today, or not even positive today. We'll finish this area, but then we definitely are selling the corn. That's, I've been checking the prices. I need to check again here soon. But this will be good, because this is the next field we need to plant. So prioritizing getting this one done was definitely the plan today. You can see what we still have left to do. A good amount still. All right, another trip here. Took us a little longer that time, but oh boy. See if we can get another 4 grand here, or 3 grand-ish. From these trees, 2,000. All right. We're in the positive for the day, though. That's good. You know, I want to say I enjoyed this process today, but I did not. I did not. This is the rest of what we had. So let's go see where our total is going to be today before selling the corn. Another 26 or 2,300 there. So we're at 73. I was hoping to get a little higher than that, but patience has run out on logging. Yeah. Next, we're going to check on the price of corn, see if it's ready to sell. We're going to take a look at leasing a stump grinder. And I'm kind of debating to hire somebody to remove the rest of my trees and pay them to just take them away. I'm thinking about it, but maybe we'll just regroup a little bit, take a break from it. Corn prices are still increasing. Not time to sell yet. And $1,300 we will lease the stump grinder. All right, I think we're close enough here. We'll go ahead and just get this attached first. And then we'll come in here and get the PTO and the hoses connected. And then lift that. Yep, that should be good. All right, we know how to use this thing. We should be fine with it. All right, I guess the first place we want to start is going to be here with this small one. Did it get it already? I think it did. Now, I was a little concerned if these are going to actually remove. Get a little lag spike there. Yeah, not bad. Things are working good on this aspect of things. A little piece of... just drive over these? That's all we got to do? All right, not quite. Not quite. All right, we did do a good amount of damage to these stumps. But we back up here. Yep, still this one. So let's go ahead and lower that and just kind of try to find the sweet spot. Or not. All right, let's go walk this. Yeah, this one's still here. Can't tell. I don't think there's anything there. And let's see. I think we're going to make this a little easier on ourselves. So let's go ahead and hop back in the tractor. Go ahead and shut that off. Raise it for now. We'll get this hooked up again. Let's see if it has a quick attach too, like that trailer. Or easy attach. Doesn't look like it. The trailer definitely auto-attached, which was interesting. That going. That hooked on, and the hoses will come right here. Let's back up just a little bit to make sure we're lining up the way we want to. This thing lowered and activated. We're going to allow create fields. And that seemed to work pretty good there. Turn around this way. And we'll see if we run over the stumps and hit them, but this will definitely allow us to see them better, or help us see it better. And it would be fascinating and awesome if this actually dug deep enough to remove the stumps itself. There we go. We do see that one now. We can get kind of close, and then we will loop around. And I think we could do the trick here. Let's see how it lines up. We're going to come over here. We're going to get our lines out here with steer assist, which didn't show up. There they go. Let's go ahead and pull forward. And let's go farther away so we can get really lined up well on that. All right, so now that we're cruising here, let's go ahead and lower right here. And just go across and turn just by a hair. And I think that'll do it. And just a small little speck here to connect, and then the other side we can go all the way back. And I think the field will be a little easier to maintain at this point. Now, let's see. We only have the one stump. All right, I think we did good then. Might have had a issue with just the rendering, it not going away. Yeah, that was so easy. It had to have been what the issue was. All right, let's head over to the sawmill area, because we do have some stumps over there that we might as well take care of while we have this leased. One right here. Just kind of cruise around here and get all of these out of the way. I think that's all of them so far. I do want to take a look at something in here. When we come in and lease, daily's $270. So I think we're going to hold on to that, because we are going to do a little bit next month. But let's get this just dropped off here. There we go. And let's check the prices again. Little ways to go still. It's time to get some farm work done. All right, let's get all this hooked back up here. Now, I'm kind of wondering, are we underpowered, or does this only go 4 miles an hour? Let's find, or 5 miles an hour? Jeez, Chris. Let's find out. It says 4. It does say 4 miles an hour. Okay, this is going to take a little bit. And before we get too invested in the time that this is going to take, let's make sure it is doing what we need it to do. So it should be needs plowed. It is taking care of our plowed state, or is giving us that plowed state, so we don't need to be plowed after this. Oh my goodness. It is taking care of the requirement of needs plowed. Well, looking at the time on the recording, I was trying to do a smallish time lapse to show how long it's taking to do the headland, but boy, I have a feeling we're already over a minute at least of a time lapse going 5 times speed on, on the editing process, and we still got this pass to do here all the way down to the end. We're gonna see if we can get the headlands done through the night or how far we get, and in the morning after we make that payment, we'll see how money's sitting to see how comfortable we feel about paying a farmhand to take care of the rest of this plowing. And to save hard drive space, I'm gonna stop the recording right now, but I will jump back in if the prices of corn get good today, or we'll be selling those in January if they don't. But we'll take one last check before we do that. We're up to 481. It says it gets up to 505, so a little bit more time to go, and I will see you then. Well, the snow is starting to fall, and we're taking a peek here, and the prices are still going up. It's 511, but it's had the down arrow since 504, so I don't understand the thought process there, but it was just at 344. Now it's at 348, so I'm just kind of looking at this value as it keeps going up, but I'm a little concerned about this snowfall that we're starting to see. So I'm gonna work my way, finish this pass, and then turn around and get closer, when we get back to the silo there. We're gonna unload. We're gonna unload the corn, and we're gonna send it in. And it looks like we have a little section to the right that we're gonna have to do as well. But I'll get that done, and then this full pass on the way back. And we're still going up in price. So I'm just a little concerned that the snow's gonna get a little heavier. If we look at the forecast as well, we could see we have snow all day tomorrow. So we're going to be close to being out of time to do work to prep for the spring based on what I'm seeing in the weather. So I wanted to also make sure we got the corn sold without having to deal with the snow. Wow, that's kind of pretty actually. Look at that. Blue lines ruined it. All right, we have gotten that pass done. Let's go ahead and raise this, shut it off. And we'll get the tractor shut off as well. And so we should just need to come over here. And it's going to be a good amount of trips, so let's figure out exactly where we're going. Farmer's Market. Let's go ahead and get it tagged. 1,600 away, so I don't know how much will fit of corn. But we have 150,000 liters, so we're looking at about 5 trips. Oh, let's go here and make sure everything is attached. All right, we are good. Nothing like a little late night selling session, but again, I don't have the equipment. We kind of have a little bit of a plow on the side-by-side, but we don't have the equipment if the road's got, it's just covered in snow. So this is how we're doing it. And we have arrived. See what each load's gonna bring in here. Nice to see the money going up. So 17,000 per trip, almost 18,000. Let's go get some more. And I saw it while we're walking back, so we are going to return the stump grinder before midnight hits because we're not gonna be able to get to any stump removals for a few months, so we don't want to waste that money. So go ahead and get that returned and get some more corn. Make some more trips. Well, after selling all the corn, we do get our balance up to $152,000, and we're feeling pretty confident at this point. We always knew that was going to be the case. We just had to get through it and see it. So we're going to get it home. We're going to get some sleep. We're going to kind of see how the conditions are looking in the morning and see if we can get any more winter work in, or if we're going to take a break till spring. I'm a little sad. We do have snow? Do we have snow? Oh, we do. Okay, it is here. It was hard to see. It's like piled up in little spots. Very awesome. Okay, so we do need to, at minimum today, check on the animals. So I am gonna, turn this around, and I guess we could lower this at this point and try to make some paths for ourselves. Now, does this actually it does. Okay, so if we do that, we should be able to just push it to the left or right. Doesn't seem to be actually doing what we want it to do. Oh, that is unfortunate, Farming Simulator. Oh, that's sad. So we should be able to just push this and keep driving, but it's just not gonna cooperate. So we're gonna work on this. Let's get it a little bit cleared, at least for us to do what we need to do. And I'll keep you updated, and we might even time-lapse this, even though it's somewhat painful to watch. There we go. So we're gonna, before we do the time-lapse, we are gonna try to do a little bit of something here. Like, obviously we're able to drive around, but realism, right? Yeah, just disappointing. Alright, well, we got an interesting path going all the way to the sheep. Let's go ahead and see how they're doing in here. Yeah, 5,000 food still. Looking okay. Should be all in here, you know. We got babies. We have 18 total now. How old are you? You're 0. You are a baby this month. We had a you know, January babies. Oh no. That's not good. But they'll get by. They should be inside. What are they doing? All right, this is taking way too long. I think we need to look into another way of doing this, and it's coming down so much that it's just getting it's just getting covered. This is like real life. Okay, we are going to jump in one of the tractors and look at leasing something to help with this today. But is it going to be worth it? Because it's just coming down. Let's look at our options. Oh, I think this would be fun. All right, so we're going to lease a snowblower. And we're going to find the Massey isn't going to be able to, you know, it's in use already. But I think we should be able to drive around here with the 8R. We'll go pick that up, and we're gonna try to clear this yard. Oh, this doesn't have a front PTO. We might be getting the Massey out of the field. Let's see what we have on the... It only takes 90 horsepower. Do we have a front PTO here? We do. Okay. So we're going to need to come over here and detach this stuff. And the tractor's going to struggle a little bit, but we'll be all right. Let's go ahead, and I think it'll be safe to put this here. Yep. It'll be all right there. Let's go pick that up and start clearing this farmyard a little bit. Just to allow us to get around a little bit better this winter, but it's just piling up and piling up. Roads are looking good. They could use a little, you know, another plow to come by, but probably did get some salt on it this morning. Got some festive people here. They like to double dip on the Halloween and Christmas, apparently. Okay, let's just get close to this here, and then we will get it attached. Guess we got to back up a hair. Get it attached, and then there should be everything here, right? Yep, got that all good. Now we raise this. Shut it off for now, but yeah, we should be able to get it home this way. Yeah, nice. Turn the auger. Oh, this is gonna be cool. All right, this is definitely gonna be imitating real life pretty well here. Let's go ahead, wait for the ice cream truck driver. We're gonna back up here, and hopefully we don't block too much traffic, but we'll let them pass. Gonna raise the auger as well, so make sure it shoots high into the air. Ooh, look at it. That's so realistic. All right, let's go ahead and clear this path. Probably lower it. Yeah, we'll lower it like that. That's better. Don't want to shoot it too far. And we're going to go all the way to the barn and turn around. But I'll go ahead and switch the auger to about right there. So we don't mind it piling up in certain areas. Go ahead and, yeah. All right, this is fun. Let's go ahead and get this done. All right, we made it over to the cattle, where the heated gravel is definitely taking care of business over here. Yeah, some babies over here too. Do we possibly? I guess we might have missed it. Oh, there's 2 babies. Yeah. Okay. So we got some more in here. 13,000 slurry. Food's at 6,000, so it is starting to go faster. Okay. We do have a problem of potentially here, where we're gonna have to get some feed. But this is a piece of equipment that we're definitely gonna need to buy eventually. You can see our payment did come out in the morning, so the balance is a little lower than it was. Was so excited about taking care of some snow and actually doing this on this game that I kind of forgot about that. And the other thing we do need to check on is the chickens, but we should have a clear path there. I'm gonna go ahead and just finish making the path I need for the day, and then we'll check on those chickens. Well, we're close enough. Let's give a check on them here. Looks like we have some babies here as well. Offspring in 1 month, it says. Also, we have 161 chicken, and food is at 6,000 still. And these eggs, I'm hoping, start piling up a little bit quicker. I just want to clear more snow now. This is awesome. Absolutely want one of these at home, like this setup. Right now I have just one you walk behind. It's pretty good. It does its job. Would love to get a tractor in this setup for the winter. In a cab, you know, we got the heat on in here. Man, I guess this is probably going to come out on a Monday. A Wednesday, I'm supposed to have a pretty decent storm here, so not looking forward to that. We've had a nice break from snow for a few weeks now. And I guess it would make sense. Let's go ahead and, I guess let's lift this up. Does it just go away when you do it high? Let's open up this space here so that we can put the front loader back on. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it does just gotta go away if you do it high enough. That cleared, and we can get this wood beam sold today. And it probably would be easier to leave this route when we pick that up, so we'll clear this one as well. That should be pretty good for us. Now we'll just work our way back to where the front loader is so we can get that hook back on and get a little bit more of this removed while we do that. All right, let's go ahead and raise this now. We'll get it shut off. We need to get it detached. And we should be able to sneak back in here and hook back up to this. We'll also need to get this removed. Now that I don't know how to do. Do we just do it? Detach hoses. Okay, so let's come over here. And we'll hit Z. So the hoses are off. Now can I hit Q? No, I must have to hit Q inside for that. That's fine. All right, looks like we did give ourselves enough room here. But boy, this looks like a good opportunity for a screenshot. We're gonna come over here where the road is, you know, taken care of pretty well. And we got our side-by-side in the background. And, you know, kind of having fun with it. I'm going to show you exactly what I do for screenshots here. So we go ahead and go into the settings. I'm going to turn off all of the icons. And then I have the quick screenshot tool. So I hit left Alt and J. And then with right mouse, I can start moving around. And we can kind of get, you know, a decent look of what we want to kind of show off the snow day stuff. But I'll probably, you know, and then I hit F12 and it saves it to Steam. But I'll probably play around with that a little bit more later. And then when you're done, always remember to come back in the settings and turn things back on. So where are we going with this? Wood beam, tag place. Warehouse is 2,000 feet away. See that our path seems like it's shrinking a little bit on us. Let's see if we get back and it's still clear. The snowstorm is not stopping anytime soon. Oh, I guess it might be actually giving us a little bit of a break here in a few minutes. Let's go get this sold. Looks like they got everything cleared here early in the morning. Drop off this wood beam. And give us another $3,000. So we're at 136 after that payment did come out this morning. And just, you know, a couple months, I think we will be able to sell a little bit of wool and figure out exactly when we're going to be able to start buying some things. So money's looking good right now. Though if we don't make money, it's going to go fast with that payment. It's been a fun episode. We'll get through the rest of winter, probably off camera. If there's any purchases we have to do, like for feed, because we won't be able to cut our grass with the conditions the way they are, we will let you know. But thanks for hanging out. Socks way up. I will catch you on the next episode. We're back in Starbuck, Minnesota. We still have a little bit of a winter storm going on. I think the snow is going to clear up today, but we have a little bit of an issue as we're going to run out of feed for the cattle. We do not have any ability to feed them yet since we don't have a way to mow, and this time of year, really, we're not going to get any mowing done this time of year. So we're going to have to figure out a way to buy some feed, and I'm heading over to the John Deere. I do have it over by the grass field because we are cutting down some trees over there. So we have a new plan. We're going to be able to get it figured out, and I'll show you in a little bit, but we got to take care of the animals first, and we're heading over here to pick up the John Deere 6R. If you're new to this series, it's called No Shortcuts, and we are not able to tab. Our economy is on hard, and we're trying to play as realistic as possible. So I couldn't just tab over here to get to my equipment. So you can see the log forks look a little different because, I mean, we technically can just do that right now. So we will be taking advantage of that feature of having the tension belts on the log forks. So that will help us out with some of the issues that we were having. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Like I said, we've got to prioritize our cattle. So we're going to head in and get our bale spike and head in and buy probably some hay and potentially some TMR as well. We do have straw, so we couldn't, or not TMR, but silage we could buy to make TMR. So let's go get what we need and we'll head into the store. And temporarily we will put the log forks down here. I think we need to detach the hoses at minimum here. And then that should allow us to detach the log fork. And then if we could sneak over here, we're making it a little too crammed for ourselves. And I don't know if this has any hoses, but we will check. Of course it does. All right, those are hooked up now. All right, let's head in. Let's try to see, what the best options are for us financially to just get by. We have, I think it's just about 1,000. Let's double check. Everything's on. There's our indicator. So yeah, 1,400 food. They do have 3,000 milk. I did get some awesome comments. We are going to be solving that today too, because we don't want our milk to spoil. So we're gonna sell it every month. Just gonna be the rule we're gonna use, because it's a couple days in real life is what I'm understanding. And I think the best solution for that, for us playing on a 1 month or 1 day month, is to just make sure we sell it monthly and deal with the fact that the prices won't always be the best. So no trailer to put bales on yet, so we will have to just move these on our own. All right, let's take a look. I think what we'll do is 2 of these hay bales. It costs us $3,000, and then 2 of these silage bales, and we do have straw already. All right, let's see if we can remember how to close the claws here. There we go. And I think weight-wise, I don't know if we'll be able to do all 4, but I think we're gonna try. Yeah, I can already tell it's gonna be an issue. Yeah, we're just gonna make 2 trips. We'll just make 2 trips. Okay, some snow is setting in, which is surprising because the snowstorm should be ending soon, but hopefully it's not too bad. We did return the snow blower. Since we only had an hour worth of snow, I did not think it would accumulate, so oh well. So I don't know how this feed mixer works on this barn. I've never used it before. I believe this is the one with the automatic machine here, or feeding machine. And I think we just put this in the right slot, which for hay should be right here. And I don't think we have to do anything. I think it works on its own. Back that out. It is taking it. So now we will go grab the silage bales and then get a couple straw bales of our own. And looks like the silage belongs here. Go ahead and let that get accepted there. We might have to help this one out a little bit. There we go. Just gotta punch it to the ground, guys. absolutely realistic. Now, I've been hesitant to buy the manure heap because we're just not there yet financially to make expansions like that, but eventually we need to. I think it would be nice to be able to switch to using slurry and manure for, you know, our own fertilizer. I think we'll just take these 3. That'll be fine. 24,000 liters of straw. It's gonna go over there eventually anyways. All right, that's unloaded now. So let's see if we can learn a little bit here. It does say that food is still the same. Let's go ahead and bump that one as well. Plenty of straw, silage, and hay. So I don't know. Let's take a look. Yeah, food's at a low capacity. Is there something we have to do here to activate this? I've never used it before. I thought it was automatic. Maybe it happens on the hour? But it says silage is 10,000, hay is 16,000, straw is 24,000, but feed or food right now is only 1,400. Meadow is 6,000, so I don't know if they eat meadow in the winter or if it just kind of sits there. But we'll just kind of let that do its thing and check on it in a little bit and hope it works. Now, did we let this run out? No, we still have 7,000. This thing's super disappointing how slow it is. And for the sheep right now, we are looking probably another day or so before we need feed for them. And the chickens have 5,000 still. All right, how are they doing with eggs? They're just not really producing much yet. Still young. We'll get there. All right, let's get this added back on, get the hoses connected, and then get back over to where we're working on the trees. And like I said, I hope this clears up soon and we get a little bit of sunshine today and get this snow to melt. All right, get these hoses connected here because I do want to go sell this and start with a fresh trailer. Just kind of, you know, be honest with you, kind of delaying and dragging this out until we hopefully have better conditions. If not, we're gonna fight through a little bit of snow, but not spend a ton of time because it's freezing out. But I did do a little bit of testing off camera, and that's why we have this already. Was able to do all of that without being too mad at the game, which was really refreshing. So we'll show you here in a little bit. There's some sunshine. All right, let's see. First load today brings in 3,200. That's not terrible. This is definitely going to be the approach to keep us afloat financially. Hard economy is definitely a little bit more difficult, but I think once we get going and treating these fields ourselves, it won't feel as bad as it did this year. I think we're trending good, and I wanted to get a worker going on finishing the plowing of that field, but conditions are not helping with that situation. All right, it's time to, you know, get busy here. And once we have a log to pick up, I'll show you how the straps are helping us out here. All right, we got a decent one here, but what I've been just doing is, you know, just grabbing onto it. It might grab a couple, but it's making it more enjoyable for me. We're actually doing the work. It might not be 100% realistic, but I feel like with the limitations of this game and the stuff we documented, last episode, this is about as good as it's gonna get, at least on this channel. I thought, oh, they are detached. They just kind of fell in together there. So you can see it does make my job a lot easier and, like I said, a lot more enjoyable. So I'm gonna get busy here and just give you guys some updates on how we're doing and hopefully get back to a little bit of farming because I do want to be a little bit more progress on this series. Okay, this is quite interesting. I was doing a lot of work off camera and I finally got this thing to work. We had to add mineral feed, which I'm not a huge fan of, but we can deal. But this is kind of cool. I haven't seen this before. I haven't even seen it on anyone else's videos, so I did have to look up to see how it worked, and I did learn that we needed the mineral feed, but check it out. Like, how much is in here? Hopefully this is a decent amount and it keeps up. Now, is it going all the way over here? Where are you going? All right, he's going to turn in. It's going to now turn around. That was interesting. And, I mean, it's a decent animation. Still no feed showing up. I imagine once it gets past the door, it'll tell us the amount of food we have. Maybe when it goes back in. I mean, we're still at 1300. What's going on? All right, that door's shutting. And we're still at 1300. Do I even have to say it? Wow. Wow. Just wow. Gonna let another, I don't know. We're just gonna fill it up. This is, I'm a little disappointed. We are going to put total mixed ration in here, and can I not even do that here? I can't do that myself. There we go. Now it is filling it up. That was what was missing from the so-called animation that was going on there with the automatic robot. And I think I'm going to give myself 2 of these just to make things even. Like, this is base game, right? Before I get too cranky here. Yeah, with robot. This is a $722,000 facility. I think it would function. Tell you guys, try my hardest not to complain. This game makes it so easy. All right, we're going to do a worker here. We're going to get them going on that. And we're going to hopefully have a pretty good day, but it's raining. It's raining. Blocked by object. Go ahead and take care of that, ma'am. And we're going to go, well, let's look at something. Let's go to the finance tab. Just got way ahead of myself. We're in March. That threw me way off. $39,000 from wood. December we had 21,000, so I could have cut them a little bit better, I think, to make that work a little bit better for us, but it is what it is. Let's go look at that area. Little hailstorm going on right now. Hopefully we don't get too much of our wheat field damaged, or barley. I forget what we did. That is barley. Yeah, way different over here. We do have a ton of stumps, which would be nice to remove, but we're definitely going to cut this area before plowing it. And then we'll probably plow the entire thing, because we did know that it's on its needs, you know, it needs to be plowed. It's in that state right now. So we'll get one good cut out of it, and then we'll probably replant it. The next area we're going to attack, and I'm going to give myself a little break from lumber, is going to be that area by the sawmill. So we need to go double check our capacity over there. Let's make sure we're good. Check on the rest of the animals. And then, what is this looking at? Yeah, we still got one more. So in April, we'll be planting soybeans in the field to our left, and then cutting the grass as well in April. So just need to take care of the animals and get our, you know, whatever they're doing, and started nowhere near where we started them, but, you know, they're just going to do their thing. We'll let them do it. We'll take over in a little bit. But let's just double check here that the chickens have enough feed. Look at that. All right, pallets are starting to, you know, yeah, we're good. We got 1,058. Still 4,000 food here. And we're still at 4,000 here as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cattle. And I wouldn't be surprised if the robot worked overnight. We're at 27,000, so it might have. And the animation's just the animation, but we'll keep an eye on that. Because I think I only added 22,000, so maybe it is working, just I was impatient there. We'll check on it later as well. And, you know, as always, let's take a look at time-saving stock check just to see if there's anything close to needing to be sold today. Would be, and we might get that today. It would be nice to sell that. But before we go too far, let's actually, glad I remembered this. Let's grab the 8R. We don't use it much. We're going to go take a look at what they have for moving some milk around, because we do want to get that sold this month and start getting into a good process of that being a daily chore for us. We're going to need a truck eventually too. Yeah, once we feel a little bit more comfortable financially, we'll get our own truck we can drive around. Don't always need to be in a tractor or the semi. Yeah, the cheapest thing that can do milk is $25,000. We'll go ahead and give it a purchase here. That's gonna hurt a little bit financially. Nice, easy connect here, but we do need to put the hoses in. All right, let's go get our milk and get it sold for the first time. Some nice extra cash. It'll take a little while to pay off this $25,000 or make our money from it, you know, but a unavoidable expense. All right, just hook up some hoses here and get our milk deposited into the tank and head on into the dairy to get it sold. All right, this looks to be the place. Let them know that we're dropping off some milk, get some money from them. $3,232 for our first time selling milk. We're up at 106, so, you know, we have a decent cushion right now. You know, $18,000 a month is our loan payment, so as long as we have enough to pay that every month, we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to kind of do our thing, and we know that over time we'll start making more money and things will turn for the better. And we'll be able to start attacking that debt and get it paid off before we know it. All right, with that tractor put away and our milk taken care of, we're going to go here, save us some cash. We are going to hop in and take over. And as much as I'm looking forward to this 5 miles an hour, we're going to shut the recording off, and I will see you in April. Well, I thought we were going to rejoin you back in April, but we do have some lime to take care of, and I'm going back to the part where we started just because that's the way I like to do. Well, you know what? Let's do this wise. Let's come over here and start. But I did buy 60,000 liters of lime just to have it. I don't know if we'll go through all of it on this field, and I also bought the soil information, so that did eat into our money big time. You can see we're sitting at $75,000 now. So trying to get this field prepped. I did see there was a sugar beet contract to sow some sugar beets, but it's just too late in the day. So we'll see if there's any contracts in April if we have time. Gonna need to do that soon because we are burning through the cash, and I'm hoping we have enough seed to get going, but we got to buy, or I'm probably thinking this time around we're going to be leasing some equipment for mowing and making some silage bales. Unfortunately, but that is what it is. You know, we're going to get by. We're going to slow roll this. We're not going to rush things just to have them. You can see we have some wood beams over there to sell as well. We do need to sell the milk in April again. So we'll have some steady money coming in. Just we got to get it to the point where it's, you know, $16-ish, $17-ish thousand a month would be nice, but I just don't think we're there yet. We just got to be patient. We'll get there. Well, a full load of lime went a little further than I thought it was going to, almost a full headland. And doing headlands really makes this field, you know, it pulls in to where the middle of the field isn't, you know, as daunting anymore after you do 2 headlands. So I don't know if we'll go through all of this. We'll go through a good amount of it, but at this point I think I am going to just kind of rush through this and get us to where we can plant, and for the first time use the planter that we're looking at right in front of us right there. Some soybeans going in the ground in April. All right, let's go ahead and get all this detached, and I think it's time to sleep. And we will check on everything in the morning and get to planting. Oh, we got a nice hailstorm to start the day, and it looks like a little bit of a tornado warning gonna happen later today. Here's the tractor we need. Let's go ahead and get these hoses detached. We need to get the regular pallet forks, and we're gonna sell a little bit of wood beams, sell some milk, try to get that dollar amount a little bit higher. Just need to get the hoses attached here as well. Oh, do they not have hoses? How did the forks get? Oh, it just must automatically connect them on this one for some reason. Okay, but we do have, yeah, it is functioning. April. Is that the time to sell wool too? It looks like May, but we are on our way up, so we'll see how that peaks, but we will do the wood beam. It is, you know, always good time to sell wood beams. And then the milk, not going to get the best dollar amount for it, but we do need to sell that today. So we'll grab, we'll get a double dip here. Let's pick up the wood beam. And I should probably swap this out for pallet fork that has the straps on it now that we're using that mod. But just cruise on over here, get the little bit of milk that we do have and get it sold. No reason to do 2 trips. All right, we'll get that connected, get the hoses attached, and head on into town. I forgot to fill up the milk. What a waste of a trip. All right, this is where we sell the wood beam, so we'll get this money and then we'll go back and get the milk. So much for double dipping. Yeah, just about $3,000 there. We're at the 60,000, so we got a couple months of leeway right now of payments before we start worrying. And just over 1,000 liters. And arriving at the dairy. This isn't the right place. It's embarrassing. There it is. Big facility for this dairy here, and that puts our total to $60,408. And while we're waiting out this storm, we are going to get the planter all prepped. All right, let's get this all attached. I think we're going to have to hop on right here to grab the hoses. Yep, seems to be functioning. We are full of seed, so hopefully we will have enough soybean seed here. I don't know though, 600 isn't a lot. We do not need fertilizer for soybeans, so now it's just kind of waiting this weather out a little bit. And with weather clear, we are getting soybeans into the ground here for the first time. You know, all of these implements and the width of them definitely feels small for the size of fields that we do have. So that will be something long-term that we're going to look into. We shouldn't get any weeds on this field, and we don't need to put any fertilizer in. So this should be the last thing we have to do until fall when it comes time to harvest them. The one thing I was kind of thinking about is we'll get, you know, some barley, and that's going to be way more barley than we need to feed the chickens when it comes to this field over here when we harvest it, and then we'll get to sell that in the winter. This field here that we're prepping to harvest, we're not going to make money on for over 12 months. It's going to be the following July when we finally get to bring in the money from it. So hopefully having those separated where we make money in, you know, the end of the year and then the middle of the year will help pay the bills year 3. $60,000 still, that is, you know, a few handful of months, maybe 4 months, a little under that, of getting by. So we'll have to find a contract here or there. And hopefully, you know, just the egg production, the wool production, the milk production could start actually helping us get by. And the wood beams as well. A lot to think about. Making nice progress. Gonna get this done, and then we really need to solve what we're gonna do to cut that grass next. And make sure we have our own feed for the sheep and cows, so we're not buying that anymore. Let's get focused. All right, with one headland done, we did use, you know, 40% of the seed here. A little bit more than I was hoping. We do have some seed in the seeder. So once we run out, we'll empty that, put it in here. You know, I guess we could get the mod, and we probably should, where there's specific seed types. That's something I'm going to put on my list to do. That way we can't steal from a seeder that can't plant soybeans. But I'm going to get focused. I'm going to get this done. We're going to go off camera for a little bit here, and I will rejoin you later on. Well, the soybean field is planted. It took a lot longer than I anticipated, but we did get it all done. So we just need to be patient, let this grow. And we did not get to cutting any grass in April. We'll have to take care of that in May. But this is where I'm going to leave you today. I am SoxWayUp. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next episode. Welcome back to Starbuck, Minnesota. We are working on moving some milk around, all of our daily chores here today. But the goal of today's episode is figuring out how we're going to cut the grass, if we're going to have to lease equipment, if we're going to be able to buy equipment, and figure out exactly how we're going to be able to produce silage, because we don't have a way to wrap any bales. So eventually we're going to have to figure that out, but we might have to keep buying silage for a short amount of time. Money is tight. You can see we are sitting at $40,000 to start today's episode. New to the series, this is a realistic playthrough on hard economy. We have no ability to tab. We also have a $17,000 loan. We'll show that in a second, but we're going to get this milk sold real quick to bring in a little bit of income today to start the episode. That's $600 coming in there. And taking a look at the loan system mod here, you can see there is a $3 million loan. Our balance is down to $2.9 million with our $17,590 payment every month. The goal of this series is to keep working and playing until we can get out of debt. The hard economy is going to make it very difficult, but we'll keep on cruising. We're going to head back. We have a lot of things we need to sell this morning. We are selling the eggs moving forward every day and the milk just to kind of make it a little bit more realistic. We don't have a trailer yet, so that's something we're gonna have to keep in mind eventually to get purchased. But as of right now, we're just gonna have to bring things over one at a time. Yeah, right now for the cattle, we should have around 30,000 liters of food available to them. 32,000, so we still have a little bit that the robot is taking care of for us. Let's get this disconnected here. Looks like the soybeans are coming in nice. Shouldn't be any weeds there. We do have the sawmill now running on all the productions. Got a couple comments telling me that it does run in parallel. So we should be start seeing planks, long planks, and wood beams. And I believe once that gets going pretty good, we'll start seeing those a lot more regularly. Wool is at a good price today, so we'll be getting that sold as well, but let's get the eggs first. And honestly, we probably put the eggs in the back here. We'll see if we can pull that off. That might be handy and helpful. Tight squeeze right here, though. Might be better off pushing these out so that we can get to them a little easier. Come around this way, and then, whoop, zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, that should be a lot easier to deal with right there. We'll just grab one at a time and try to load them up in the back. Gonna fit, oh, like a glove. Like a glove. Nope, not like a glove. There we go. Got one in there. Second one should be a little easier, I'm hoping. All right, pallets on the forks. Yeah, I don't know about the suspension on this side by side. Maybe this is a bad idea. We could have already been back already, huh? Yeah, let's go ahead and put that down. Go ahead and shut this off and get it out of the way here. We'll just have to cruise real slow, but it should work. We're heading to the bakery today to get the eggs sold. It's our first time selling here. Pretty nice. So there's 18 or 1,100. And you only take a certain amount a day? What's going on here? Or does this have to be in the air to sell it? Let's find out. We do have super strength just for these type of things. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We'll figure that out. So maybe we can put it on the edge right here to get it sold next time. That brings our balance up to 42,000. So, you know, looking a little bit better. Now, we might regret this, but we're going to give it a shot. And we've almost lost that top wood, so we're going to have to go slow on this one as well. But it looks like the back wheels are lifting a little bit, but I think we'll be good as long as we just cruise real slow. Probably do need to have the hazards on, the four ways, but definitely woke up early this morning, 6 a.m. to get started with this because we had a lot of chores to do daily. And, you know, not a lot of time if we sleep in, so gonna use the mornings to sell everything like this that we need to every day. Wool we can hold on to till prices are good. Prices just happen to be pretty good still in May right now. But the eggs and the milk, those are commodities that can go bad, so we're absolutely going to start selling those daily. You know, we're simulating a month per day, so it makes sense to have to do it every single day. So, I think it makes sense. I'm going to guess these go here, yeah. So that was $180 for that little pallet there, and then these two should bring in a decent amount. Flatten it a little bit there. Yeah, so we're up to 45. Hard economy is tough, guys. We'll keep cruising here. Gonna head back home. Gonna check on the animals next. And I think we do need to give the chickens a little bit of feed today just to make sure and be safe there. A little bit of rain in the forecast as well. We got to keep that in mind. And just gonna grab a little bit of this wheat here to take over to the chickens. That should be plenty for a while. 4,000. There we go. You can see we are getting a decent amount of this cleared every so often. There are a few stumps that need to get taken care of, but we've been filling up the sawmill, you know, off camera a little bit. So that field eventually will be able to be made. Just gonna slow roll that one. Sheep's food is getting a little low, so we'll have to check on that soon as well. Yeah, before we get to our work, I do want to grab a contract here. We're gonna accept this one, and we're gonna accept that one. And we're going to fill up our fertilizer. We still have 50,000 liters here, so we're going to head on over to field 27 and 28 and get them fertilized and really make enough money with those contracts just to pay the bills and just trying to supplement the income as much as possible right now to make sure we can afford some equipment, even though we're probably going to have to lease it today to get the grass cut. We also need to lease a stump grinder if we're going to be able to cut that entire area that we're planning on cutting. So we'll head over. We'll do 27 first since it's farther away in case we do have to come back and reload. I'll see you over there. And we've arrived at our first field here. Go ahead and get our guidelines set up. And away we go, putting some fertilizer down here. And hopefully this doesn't burn through it too fast, but if it does, we have plenty in capacity. Looks like it is going somewhat slow here, so that's good. Only putting down 172 kilograms per hectare. Absolutely burned through this. All right, let's get this done so we can focus on our farm after we make a little bit of cash here. And with the headland done, we do have about 30% of the field complete and only use 7% of our capacity here. So I think we're going to be good for both of these contracts potentially. Let's see which way they do want us to go that way. So we'll do that. We'll grab the ups and downs now. And just cruise up and down this field a few times. It's not too huge, especially with the good working width here on the fertilizer spreader. And we'll get it done. All right, one field down, one to go. We have 77% still in the trailer, in the spreader, so I think we'll be good to pull this off without having to reload. Let's head on over to 28 and get it done. And away we go. This one looks like it was not fertilized yet, so this is the first time, so we might be able to snag another one. I don't know how that works with precision farming enabled, but maybe in June we'll see this field again and be able to get another like 12 grand from it. Another uniquely shaped field on here. I do love it on this map. Be exciting to get to the point where we can purchase another field and really expand this farm to maximize that income. Let's get it done. Ruh-roh. Coming to the end of this field. There's a couple little tiny spots that we can do, but at 98%, that better tick over to 99 because it's going to be tight. All right, let's go find it. I think it's on the other side of the trees. This field's making us do the whole thing. You see the little sliver there, but it's a larger sliver on this side. We lock in here. Hopefully this is enough right here. There we go. And we've got it done. All right, let's head home. Contact these farmers and let them know that we are finished with their contracts. I love it when a plan comes together. Bounces up to $71,000. Let's take a look at leasing some equipment. Well, we got to do things in a certain order here. We're going to get back to forestry and we'll go ahead and get the stump grinder leased again. And go pick that up, and then after that, so we can get to taking care of the grass. All right, let's get this thing hooked up here. Get the PTO in there. Get the hoses connected. Get it home. So we'll head out to the grass field first, and then we'll come back and do the ones by the sawmill as well, just to keep everything current. I just don't know how much more log work we're gonna do after clearing the grass field or the area by the sawmill to make a new grass field. So I just don't think purchasing the stump grinder would be worth it. Yeah, and hopefully we're able to find all of them. We should be pretty easy. Yeah, and these things definitely work so much better than when the game launched. Nice to see some improvements on these things. Hopefully. Spoke too soon. There we go. You just gotta manhandle it a little bit. Be able to take a bird's eye view here in a minute to make sure we see all of them. Well, not going as clean as last time, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of this off camera, and I'll see you guys at the end. And just a handful over here to take care of. Get this lowered enough and straighten back out. Easy peasy over here. Can see them a lot better, and they're the stumps that seem to be a little bit more manageable. All right, all the stumps have been removed. It's time to head back in, turn this back into the dealership, and look into what we want to use for mowing today. Only 10 o'clock. Plan came together so nice. Yeah, 3.4 working with. I think this will be more than enough. Only $714 to lease it. We'll go ahead and put it on the front, and it's not a huge grass field, so I think this will be plenty. It might not have been a terrible idea to purchase this, but we'll get by. Get that connected, all hooked up now. And yeah, we'll go ahead and raise it so we can drive back safely. I'm gonna get that first cut ever done of our grass field. And we did talk about it is in a needs plowed state, so the yield's not gonna be great. So after today, we're gonna want to, you know, we're gonna extend the field to the area where the trees were, and then we're gonna replant. And it would be nice if the, well, we don't, yeah, we're gonna have to plow the whole area, so overseeding wouldn't really be a thing anyways. You know, say the new DLC or the new content pack coming out with overseeding instead of having to completely plow and replant grass. I think it's a pretty cool addition. I'll try to throw that link in the description and update it so you guys can use our Giants partner code to get the new content pack. I think it drops in a week or so. All right, so guided steering or steering assist will help with a little bit of this, but I think we're going to just take advantage of as much of this as we can on our own. There we go, get that. And see if this will let us cut all of here. Get that lowered, and what's happening? There it goes. Okay, now we're cutting grass. That first area was being a little picky there. And since we're leasing this, I am absolutely going to try to take advantage of as much as we can. I believe we do have a square baler as well. And I just kind of debating. We don't have a way to make silage. And we definitely have the need for hay for multiple animals. So that's probably what we're going to end up doing with this grass, is trying to turn it into hay. So it looks like that's about as far as it's going to let us go. All right, stay busy. We'll get this done as it starts raining. Do a little bit more of this, but we're going to have to let this dry out, being a realistic series here. And we see some green showing up now that we're in the real field. That is nice to go from yellow to green. This is what we've been talking about since we took over this farm, is we're starting to treat it ourselves, so the yields are going to be way better than they were the first time we harvested these fields. Yeah, once again, the plan is coming together. Yeah, it wasn't super long of a rainstorm here, so we're looking pretty good, I think, for most of the rest of the day. Getting close to getting back to this side of the field. This is absolutely going to be a perfect setup once we get this field reestablished. Coming together nice. We're going to find a couple other areas to cut as well. And being that it is a realistic series, we're not going to be able to take care of the hay today. We're going to let that dry out overnight, and it's going to have to wait till June. If we're going to do silage, I would say we could do it today. That makes sense, but going to have it dry out. We are going to still have to do tedding because I've not gotten the mod to work that just changes grass into hay. I could try that again, but I don't have it installed right now, so we will role play it. All right, we're finally done cutting the grass. There's a couple areas we could go back over, but I think it's okay. I think actually I might just do the headland because, you know, the turning around, sometimes we missed a couple spots, so just cruise around and get them. Might help us with a little bit more hay when it's all said and done. I mean, I don't know how much this is going to yield. Let's go ahead and drive in. I want to take a look at how much silage we have compared to hay right now, because we might want to lease something that allows us to wrap some grass bales today. Like, all of this could get cut too, as long as it allows us property wise. All right, let's take a look over here. We know we have straw, so straw is not a concern. Silage is at 0 and hay's at 6,000. Okay, so we know we need hay for both the sheep and the cattle, so I think I am going to cut the outside of that and potentially remember how to unfold. All right, let's get that lowered, get it activated. And let's go ahead and see. Yep, it's letting us cut it. So I don't know if we'll go any closer to the road. But we'll get a decent amount of this cut, and then we'll get the square baler out and get the grass bales at least created, and then look into the cost of leasing a wrapper today. But we're going to be a little more wise here. We're going to go get the baler and attach it now. And probably do want to double check with the dealership to see if there is a size that we need to make sure this is at. Let's do that right now. So definitely think we'd go with something like this, which can do square bale or just round bales. This one can do up to 220 square bales. If we lease that, it's going to be about $3,000 a day. So let's see what this is set up to. 220. We're good. All right. We'll go ahead and pick up what we started and then just continue by making bales while we're cutting. I think would be the best way to do this and save ourselves some time. That activated. Go ahead and start cruising here. And we are successfully picking it up. Going to get our first grass bale right away there. And we can go ahead and lower that just so it's on when we get to where we haven't cut yet. Absolutely think this is the best way to do it. Now let's get busy. Let's stop picking up the grass. Did we get a little too far over? What's going on here? Yeah, I think so. Okay. So if we sit right here, it'll pick it up. We can get that other amount later. So yeah, we'll go right there. It seems to be working good. All right, now let's focus. So that's the entire area we're going to cut. We're going to get to basically as far as it lets us here, turn around and just start going back and forth on this little loop we've created. And this is going to be a decent amount of bales, so I think this was definitely wise and worth our time while we have this leased. It might hit another hourly lease on the mower, but I don't think that's going to be that much of a concern. So we do see where it ends. Now we can just turn around and go right next to it and get it done. See you guys on the other side. Well, been out here for a while. I did not reset the counter, and I guess we don't even see it on this one. I don't have the mod for that, so we'll figure out how many bales we have. I guess we could look into statistics for that, but I'm not going to go crazy and get all of this area here. This is where we're going to call it, get the mower returned, and go pick up a wrapper. All right, getting the baler put away. All that. We do need to get a pressure washer very soon. All right, let's tell them the mower is back and we need a wrapper. All right, it's been a while since we've used this on the channel. It'd be fun to use it again. No PTO, just the hoses on this one. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we need more than a month on hard economy for this to turn into silage, I believe. So we'll just start cruising around, getting these wrapped. It's been a very productive May. We still have $66,000, so we did good with the contracts to help fund everything we needed to lease today, as well as a little bit extra to go towards our payment for May. Get automatic unloading going, and just cruise around. Get these wrapped. Super curious now, if we go into grass, it is 175,000 liters that we did bale there. That's quite impressive. I think that's gonna help out big time. I'm really glad we did this. About halfway done. We're almost, we just got to turn the bend there and then back towards the cattle pasture. Gonna be so many bales to move and one to go. It's been an eventful day. We're gonna, see how this turns out. Like I said, I think it's gonna be 3 months before this is silage, right? If I'm remembering correctly. We'll help ourselves out and put one bale close by, though. Might as well just let this drop where it does. I don't know how realistic that is, but we'll just put it right here. And I am going to head in now and get this returned, but I will see you on the next episode. I'm Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate every single one of you. Have a great one. Welcome back to Starbuck, Minnesota, and the No Shortcuts series. This is a realistic playthrough. We have $3 million in debt. That is our ultimate goal to pay off on hard economy, and we are unable to tab to other vehicles. And, you know, we're trying to play as realistic as possible on this series. And I'm going the wrong way already. But if you're new to this series, if you're just stumbling upon the channel, welcome. Take a look at our playlists, and the series is called No Shortcuts because we're trying to do everything realistic. So that was the clever name I came up with. So go ahead and start at the beginning of that playlist if you're interested. We do have a decent amount of lumber to sell today, and we're going to get all of these chores going. Last episode, we did cut a decent amount of grass, and we have it ready for us to ted. I was going to look into the mod that does turn grass into hay overnight, but I didn't get around to it, and I skipped time before I remembered. So we'll try to check that out later on. I believe we're going to have some more spawn here. Yeah, we have a plank long and a wood beam, so we'll be able to sell all three of those today. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and just stack this on top of the wood beam. No, let's raise up, go about right there. That'll work. And then we'll lift both of these. I don't know. Are we going to be able to pull all three of these off? I was thinking before hitting the record button that it's probably... Well, I do want to go swap this out for one that I can use the tension belts on, the straps on. I was thinking that we desperately need a trailer, and today might be the day that we finally bite the bullets. Having $45,000 right now, I want to see how much our daily sailing event here increases that today before we decide to spend any money. We do have a $17,000 monthly loan payment that is going towards our $3 million in debt. Let's tilt that just a little bit. Yeah, I think if we're careful, we should be able to pull this off. But so yeah, trailer, ooh, that wasn't good. But yeah, trailer is definitely on top of mind, and it would be very well, where are we going? Ah, over there. Okay. It'd be very beneficial to have the trailer at this point because we have a ton of bales that we're going to be picking up today. We have the silage bales that we're going to potentially have to move around, and then we're going to be creating a good amount of hay bales. And there's one of our silage bales there. Oh, I shouldn't have broke. Shouldn't have hit the brakes. Oh, it actually might be not too bad to solve. But let's go ahead and jump out because I was going to... Oh boy, what a start to the episode. We're only at 22% fermented, so I believe that is going to take a couple months. Since we're on hard economy, I'm so used to the way things work on easy. But as I was saying, the goal is going to be getting the hay baled, getting the hay moved, because we do need to extend the grass field and plow the entire thing. We're going to use a spade, not necessarily a plow. Oh, look at the campsite out here. That is awesome with the RVs. I think we're going the wrong way, but we're going to make our way through the woods here. We can go see what... Oh, it looks like there might be a little dirt path. Okay. Don't feel too bad now. Oh, this is fancy. We haven't been over here yet. That is awesome. I love that. We'll drive over there and get a closer look at it once we drop these goods off. And I don't know if it'll take all three of them over here. We'll see. It's like a construction site that we're contributing to. Well, it took those two. That's good. And then, whoop. So that was 3,300 for the first two, and then 2,800 for that one. So we're up to 51,000. Looking good. We still got the milk we got to move around. We're going to turn the greenhouse on today, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Look at these tents. Oh, this is kind of sweet. And their little RV here, a little pull behind. Nice. I dig it. I think this should probably be dirt. It looks like we got a little dock for some boats here too. Fanciness. All right, let's get home. Now that we're lost, we have 1,200 liters of milk to sell today, and we are selling this every month. We don't want it to go bad on us. And to save ourselves a trip, I think I am going to go grab the eggs as well. Oh, I know why it's going slow. We're supposed to connect the hoses. There we go. That's not the chicken coop. Sharp turn here. We should be able to sneak in here and pick these up. 742 today. All right, let's go get this stuff sold. And then we can start talking about the greenhouse as well as the equipment we're going to need to lease to get that grass turned into hay and rode up. And that was $1,200. We'll take it. And getting this sold here. Now we're going to have to find a place to get some water. And let's look at the map here. We're at $53,000 now. There is, oh yeah, we can just go to this one right here because we blocked our pond on our property from us being able to access it. But we definitely have some open areas to be able to take some water out of to get the greenhouse going. And I thought through it. Greenhouses seem to be an easy way to make money. I don't believe that's a large greenhouse, so it won't be a super large amount of lettuce that we do generate, but this challenge is hard enough as it is, so I'm not gonna make it even harder on myself by not being able to use some of the base game features like a greenhouse that we already have on our property. So we did lose 11 months worth of potential, or almost 11 months worth of potential, you know, income from that already. And that would be probably even on hard, a couple $100,000 that we could have made. I did look into some of the other greenhouses. I'm not a fan of them that take the manure and fertilizer and seed. I just didn't want to add it to the series. And we'll keep this operational through the rest of fall, and then in the winter I think we will deactivate it. Kind of like we're doing on the old school series. Okay. We were going to do lettuce. It just makes sense. So 8,000. Let's look at the menu though. Let's learn a little bit about it. It's going to be about 8,000 a month. Yeah, a little more than 8,000 a month. So we'll do one more load just so that we can get it to where we're only adding water, you know, every month at that point and not running out. All right, we were able to put 24,000 liters in there. So we'll get this put away back by the cattle. So that'll get us a couple months before we have to worry about adding water. And we might not. We might just let it run out at that point. We'll see what time of the year it is at that point. It should be 3 months from now. So maybe we'll add a couple more tank fulls later on. All right, that looks good here. Let's go ahead and get the hoses taken off and disconnect the trailer. Now, which vehicle are we going to want for a tedder? Going to try to make this somewhat affordable. I think we're going to use the Massey. We're going to put this away though. Oh, one thing I did do while prepping for this episode is I did lease a weeder and take care of the weeds on the soybean field. So now we can see we're in growth stage 3 out of 7 and everything's looking good. Nitrogen's good, pH is pretty good. Let's go look at our field across the street as well. We're looking at growth state 7 of 8, so July is when we'll be harvesting this, and everything is looking great here as well. Should be an amazing yield there. So let's grab the Massey. We're going to head into the dealership and get a tedder to start with, and then we'll get a windrower after that, and we can use our own baler. So 2 items to be leased today. All right, let's go talk to them and see what we can get leased today. Only $841 to lease this tedder. Could have gone a little bit bigger, but I think this will be plenty for the field we have, at least for now. Really limits the amount of money we have to spend. Do love that. And it's definitely a implement that I would love to avoid if we were able to. If we can get that mod to work that turns grass into hay overnight. I'll be looking into that again. But let's get home, start showing you this field, and we can start talking about the plans with it today. And we're primarily going to spend the rest of the episode in the same field. It happens. Got to get our work done. Guys, I think we're still only at like 2 stop signs being hit in this whole series, and we're on episode 9 already. I think we're doing good. All right, so we do want to come all the way out here because we do have some grass cut, but looking good. So we do have an actual grass field here. And then in the center was just some trees we cut down and a natural grass area. And then back over here is to the field. It's kind of like a horseshoe or a U there. So today we're going to be completely changing this and making it an actual single field. Let's go ahead and just shoot this in the air here. Make sure it gets nice and dried. 9 miles an hour is not terrible for this, and hopefully our windrower will be able to get over to that road and pull the hay back in. But it looks like some of it's not getting picked up, which is gonna be an issue, but we'll deal with that when it happens. All right, let's get it done. And we're about halfway done, just cruising around here, 9 miles an hour. Haven't hit any signs yet. I started talking just in case we hit this one, to be completely honest. It's on top of mine now. We did weave around it pretty good there. And just the right side of the field now to do. And I think we're going to get a bigger windrower because this is taking a little too long. I was hoping we had some time left in the day to see if there was any contracts to help us pay our loan payment, but we might run out of time for that. Remembering how many tasks we have on this same field today, so we're absolutely going to spend a little bit more money on a bigger windrower. We're going to have to plow the field, lime the field, seed the field, and fertilize the field all today. And if we had a roller, I might look into that. Maybe we'll look into it. But let's go get this returned, get a windrower, get the next phase going. And a little bit of time's passed. Let's hop out and see what percentage these are at. 27. I think that's going to be August when those are ready. So I'm hoping we have enough feed. We might have to buy a little bit more cattle feed to get by, but time will tell. And we'll go ahead and get that returned. And head on in and take a look at the windrowers. The rakes. 4,000. I just don't want to spend that much, but 14 meters is pretty beautiful. Otherwise, we have 9 meters, which is about what we had. I think we're gonna bite the bullet here. All right, so that was about $5,000, but we'll get this done so much faster because of this. All right, we got everything hooked up back here. Let's just get it home and get to work. Now, we will need to feed the sheep today. They were about 2,000 liters to go, so I do want to get them all stocked up. And basically, once we bale these, we're gonna take a look at what we have and compare it to the amount of grass we created last episode, with it is turning into silage, but it'll give us an idea of the ratio that we have. I'm hoping we have a decent amount more hay than silage, but we did cut a huge area for the silage, so it might be the other way around. And I don't think it'll be till September or October when we get to cut this again. We're only going to get one more cut of this grass field this year because of how we're treating it. This area here that you can see is cut should be ready by August to recut again if we do decide to do that. And if we need to, we probably are going to need to. And I don't think we made a mistake power wise here. I did not check that. The Massey should have enough horsepower. If not, we can get the 8R out here. Well, the front one should be wider. That's right. Okay. And let's go ahead and lower it. Get the back to lower as well. Get it activated and see if it'll let us. It is. Okay, perfect. So we'll be able to get all this baled. And that little spot didn't, though. I'm going to clean that up afterwards with the smooth tool. I believe I have the mod enabled that'll allow me to do that anywhere. We're not going to want to look at that all the time on the map. 9 miles an hour on this as well, but the width is a little bit better than what we were just working with. Yeah, that's a lot to not be able to harvest. That's unfortunate. Or not bale, sorry, not harvest. We'll do the same around the whole outskirts here. But I think I'll probably do that last. We'll see how it goes. Let's get it done. Imagine driving by this farmer doing it this way. I could have done a little better, and I think next time we will do it a little different. That's a third stop sign. Oh no. That's what I get for bringing it up. So we'll loop out a little farther and try to bring some of this in around the headland here now. I think we should be safe with where the swath is to be able to harvest it, but anything that's a little bit farther out, I just don't know if we're going to be able to pull it in. We're going to try. Really depends on where they put the limits of the boundaries for the fields. Or for the property, not necessarily the field. But we're going to try to keep it off of the sidewalk. Bring in as much as it lets us, and hopefully it'll allow us to harvest, or bale that later. I keep saying harvest. And this right here, I'm hoping it's able to pull in as well. Yeah, not too bad. Let's get over just a little bit more. Nice. Yeah, that should get us a little bit better. A little less loss. And we'll do that on the road as well. And that's just going to be a little bit there that we're not going to be able to get. All right, let's go ahead and raise this. Cruiser. Well, you know what? Let's risk this. We might as well find out. Driving over the swaths. That's not realistic, Chris. Come on. So we'll go right here. And move the swath over a little bit. But just in case it lets us grab it this direction and pull it in, that'll be a little bit more money. Yeah, nice. That was smart. We'll take it. Yeah, so limited our loss big time there. Let's try to do the same here. Oh no. Oh no, UPS. Got a lawsuit on our hands now. We're gonna take this sign out too, aren't we? Grabbed all that. Yep, we're just gonna take the sign out. Dock me some points here. The height of realism. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this returned, get the baler all configured and set up on here. I think we might use the 8R for that, just to mix it up with different tractors. 1 o'clock already. Ooh, be lucky to get everything done. Have to disconnect all of this stuff first. Then we can hook up the baler. All right, hopefully nope, we did not back up far enough. How about now? Perfect. All right, let's get this hooked up, get the hoses attached, get the PTO attached. And let's get the baling done. This should be the quickest step of all of them today. Feels realistic though, seeing these bales. I don't know how close to a field like that they would be, but I do love it. See them out, way out in the distance too, as we're driving by. I stare at fields way too much while I'm driving in real life. Okay, let's lower that. Go ahead and activate this, and hopefully we didn't return that too early and that this swath is on our property in the entire spot. We'll have to come back and get what we just missed there. But I think we're lined up good now. And we have the counter going 42. Let's see how we do here. So I did notice a little something, and you might have if we did leave a time lapse in there. It is gonna not pick up. It is gonna not. I'm not sure that's how you say that, but it's not gonna pick it up on the road up here. So we're gonna have a small section of just loss that will, like I said, I'll probably just use the smooth tool to get it off of the road, because we won't be cutting that far over anymore, I don't think. Yeah, land. That's a lot. That's a lot of loss. Could have pulled it over farther with the windrower if we would have thought about it. In a couple areas where we weren't lined up perfect to get the full swath either. There's some big swaths here. So let's open up the menu now. 77. We're at 42. We got over 35 bales at this point. Oh, it's going to be a lot of moving. A lot of bales to move. No way. Same thing right here. For the most of it. Okay, so we did lose a little bit, but like I said, we won't be going that close to the road anymore because of that. And we have one bale that's kind of in the road. We probably should have stopped and went and got the front loader to move that around, but we'll get it in a minute. It's not impeding traffic. All right, go ahead and clean the rest of this up, and we will. That's not a very good. So we're gonna actually take these bales with us to unload near the sheep. I mean, that's nothing compared to the amount of bales we're about to get from the wheat field or barley field. I forget which one it was. But that's gonna test my patience with the front loader for sure if today doesn't. What's a good spot to do that? I think we will go right next to the shed here and go ahead and unload, and that'll be 2 bales that we can get to the sheep pretty quickly there, but we'll do that after we're done with all of our work for the day. Not bad backup job there. All right, we'll take it. The hoses, PTO, and the trailer, and that can stay right there for now. Pressure washer desperately needed. I think I say that once an episode. Just don't have the funds for it. Don't feel confident with that $17,000 bill that we have every month to spend money on a pressure washer. Just need to swap out our attachment here on the front loader, and then we can go move those bales around. Now this one, I believe, does have some hoses to connect. There we go. That should be all functioning for us now. Alrighty, let's head back to the field. Did just take a peek at the contracts. There's nothing really tempting for us to do, so we'll just kind of ignore that this time around. It's about to be harvest season, so that's when we can start making a decent amount of money on contracts. All right, go ahead and just snag this one, and then we will stack it on top of another one. Try not to move the camera too herky-jerky for you guys here. It's on like so. And let's look at our proximity here. Yeah, I think this would be the next one we'd want to pick up. And we're not going to drive these all home like we did last time we cut this field. We are going to stack them over here until we get a trailer, and we'll move them as we need to. Just so much to get done today still. Don't want to lose all of our time on picking up bales here. But this does definitely make our lives a little easier. And we have a little grass area by our field over here that I'm going to store them. We don't want it to be in the way of the harvest. So I think about right there is going to have to do. And starting out golden. Jeez. Oh boy. All right. Like 30 some more to do. Well, on a scale of 1 to 10 on how much I enjoyed this, I would say it was about a 1. A 1. I give it a 1. We'll be finding another solution for this before picking up the straw bales next door. Just too much of that. Not my favorite cup of tea. It is almost 5 o'clock already. We're not going to have time to plow this. I was thinking through that a little bit. I think what I want to do with that is take care of... I hope I wasn't streaming right now. I accidentally hit the start streaming button. I want to take care of the plowing in the winter so we can get another, at least one more, if not 2 more cuts of that in this year. Take the yield loss for the entire calendar year, and then when we're in downtime in this upcoming winter, we could take advantage of that way, if that makes sense. Let's take care of the sheep though while we're at it, and this will be a 2-tractor job. So we got that hooked up. We'll get the PTO and the hoses and get this closer to proximity of where we're going to feed the cattle, or not the cattle, the sheep. Yeah, and this barn is a problem to where we have to feed them this way. That's why we're doing that. So we'll just prep that right like so. Be able to snag both these bales in one go here. Sure we don't run into the tractor though. There we go, got it dropped in. Should start mixing that. And we should be able to just drop the hay for the sheep. It holds 11,000. Is it gonna take both those? It's not, so we'll have a little bit of food left over and we'll just leave it in here and we can drop it off to them when they need it. Yeah, it's about full now. That's good to know. Not going to be a lot of hay needed for the sheep. So 5,000 left here. We're going to go ahead and make sure this is just dropped here. And for now, shut off the 6R. Now this orange, or it's yellow, this yellow thing on top, is that the thing that's going to allow us to put fertilizer down today? Let's go find out. Get this all connected again. PTO, hoses, all good. Now those swaths that were primarily in the unkept field seem to be fine, so I don't think we're losing much yield by not taking care of that right away. But with precision farming the way it is with grass this time around, it'd be interesting to see if this is going to apply correctly. It does recognize it as grass perfect. So we should be good here. Get this to the desired state of nitrogen for a grass field. And we should have plenty in capacity right now. And that's not bad. There's a couple areas we could have done a little bit better, but we'll be satisfied with that. And I did want to pull up the field data. I think the pH is going to be fine for one time around. And if you don't know this trick, you just take the smooth tool. I have Terraform everywhere installed. And we can just come around and just, you know, tap it with the smoothing tool. Doesn't damage any of the fields, but it will remove the excess that you didn't pick up if you're going to be like me and want it to just look perfect. Could have picked it up, made a little bit more hay. You can see a lot missed here. You can go a lot bigger too if you really want to. And it's not costing me any money because I do have free terraforming on as well. I think that's good there. Not very realistic, but that's something I do want to do just to make it look better. I think over time that would just dissipate or sink back into the ground. We are going to find a solution for the bales. We will get one of, let's look at it in the menu so I can call it the right thing. Under transport here for square bales, that's not going to work. I think it's this one that we would need. And it only is going to move 14 at a time, but it's still going to be way better. Now this technically has auto load, but it is against our rules. So 90 grand on that, but if we lease it next month, it'd only be about 5 grand. Okay, let's head home. It's getting late. Double check that all the animals have the feed that they need. Yeah, there is no way we're going to be able to flip that field this month. But next month, we got a big harvest ahead of us. That's a big field. Majority of that should be able to be sold too and not have to be kept for the chickens. Hey, look, the greenhouse produced some lettuce. We'll start selling that every month. It'll be added to our list of chores. We come on over here. We have 3,000 still, so we're good. And then we know we just topped them off, so they're good. How are we looking over here? 10,000 wood still, almost another plank, so we'll get a plank to sell. I don't think we'll get a plank long next month, but we may. And over here we still have 25,000 food. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. We have 24. Do we have any new babies recently? We have some young ones. What do we have here? Oh yeah, there's a baby. So 2 0-month Holstein at minimum. And then over here we have 2 brown Swiss as well. So did we get 2 of each? What did that say for age? 10 months. I think, let's just look at the menu and double check that. So 0 month, we do have 2 brown Swiss and Holstein. We do not on the Limousin. I don't even know how to say that. And Angus. Probably should separate these and potentially... they're not worth a ton, but might get rid of a few at some point. All right, that was a busy, busy day. Lots of grass work there. We'll get to a beautiful barley harvest next episode. And for safekeeping, let's at least put this down and put the tractor in a better spot. I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next one. Well, what is happening, everyone, and welcome back to the realistic playthrough that we're calling No Shortcuts. Today we have a few contracts we're going to do to finish up the month of June, and then we're going to get to a big barley harvest in the month of July. But we have a little bit of a development on the series. We've added the crop rotation mod and the field leasing mod, so we're going to be looking at some fields that we want to lease. Potentially one. I think we'll just add one right away. And then maybe next season, next year, we could add a second one. But really getting out of this debt, which is the goal of this series, it's going to require more fields. And I feel like leasing is a very realistic thing that we could do on this series. As well as the crop rotation planning mod is definitely going to help out. There's going to be a little bit of a hit we're going to take on the soybean field. And we'll go over that later. We're going to get about an 80% yield instead of 100% this calendar year, or this harvest in the winter when we do that. I guess it'll be late fall. But we got a couple fields you can see on the map. We got field 29 or field 28 and 17 that we're going to put fertilizer on, and that should be enough to cover our payment. Was this the turn we wanted? No, next one. We haven't been this far on the map yet. But yeah, letting everyone know that is new to the series, let's jump in here to the loan system. We have a $17,590,000 payment that we're making every month. And we've almost chipped $100,000 out of that debt. So the goal of this series is to play on hard economy, play as realistic as possible. We can't tab. We're using auto attach and trying to be as realistic as possible, like I've said probably 12 times already in this video. And enjoying some farming until we can get out of that $3 million debt that we're not making a dent in yet. But we're just in our first year of treating these fields ourselves, and I'm about to get to our first harvest of real potential for us for the barley. The barley field is going to get about 125% yield bonus on top of, well, 25% bonus on top of what the precision farming bonus is going to be. So if you're interested in the crop rotation mod, we did release a video yesterday on that, and you can check it out. It's pretty cool stuff. But we'll go ahead and hop in this field here and get the fertilizer done for them, and then we'll... it shouldn't take too long, and I think we're gonna have enough. Maybe we won't, but we'll find out. We have plenty more at home that we can go get, and I thought this was just a nice way to bridge the gap of our debt while we're waiting for some of this money to come in. It's gonna be a jam-packed one, guys. All right, we got the first field done. We're cruising on over here to field 28. We'll get this one done as well. It's a little bit bigger, so it'll take a little bit longer to do. But overall, going pretty good. We still have 3,600 liters of our fertilizer in here, so we should be able to get this one done as well. I'll see you in a bit. Gotta love how long the sun stays up here in Minnesota in the summer. It's 8 o'clock. We still got some daylight here, so we're heading home now. And we are going to get some sleep and blow through the stop sign. That car did too. It wasn't just us. But get these contracts turned in, and then we're going to get to that. Well, we got some morning chores to do, but then we'll get to that barley harvest. All right, let me just call these farmers, let them know their contracts were fulfilled, and get that money. Noah's going to give us about $6,000, and Ben's going to give us about 13. So that definitely will be enough to pay for that loan payment this month. See you in the morning. All right, 47,000 is where we're sitting today. We got some things on sale. Let's take a look at the used market just in case there's anything. I mean, there's things that we wouldn't mind in here, especially this, but we don't have money for it. All right, so let's locate the harvester and the header because we got to get this harvest started. I think what we're going to do, we'll get a worker helping us this morning. Is this attached still? It is. Let's go ahead and work on learning how to do this. Maybe I come over here, attach power intake or power takeoff. That's, you know, I do see that there. Okay, so that's detached. No, is it detached? Yes, it's detached. Now if we come in here, how do I switch here? Oh, okay, just like that. All right, we just weren't selected on the header. Okay. Woohoo! Yeah, welcome to the channel if you're new. This is how we roll. All right, so we should come on over here, and on the other side of the barn, we should have our header. And I think we just want to pull this trailer out so that we can move the header. Well, did that it did automatically attach. Okay, so let's put the header trailer right here for now. Because we're just going across the road. I think we'll be safe to do this with the header attached. All right, didn't line up very good there. Let's go ahead and back up and re-straighten out. And we'll sneak up like so. Get that attached, but then we're going to want to come over here, get the power connected as well. I think. There we go, right here. Perfect. Okay. So now let's find a route that I think is safe. Yeah, we're going to have to loop. We'll loop. We'll get there, though. Can't go through our crops. They will get damaged. Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best place to put the header on. Dummy. Yeah, we're able to get over here pretty easily. So let's take a look at the crop rotation planner now, and you'll kind of see what we're talking about. So this little mod here, or this tab here, so field 4 is the one we're working in, and barley is definitely what we're harvesting today. So let's go ahead and hover over here. We do see in the bottom right, there is a crop rotation yield of 125%. So the last two fruits were alfalfa and potatoes. So if we come in here and we readjust this, I was kind of playing with potential there. But we'll go potatoes here and then alfalfa here, and that turns this into 125%. So this is the configuration for field 1 that the soybeans are in, so we only see 80%. Field 7 is the one I'm eyeing for potentially leasing, and it's had parsnip and spinach the last 2 cycles, so wheat was a pretty good option to keep getting feed for the chickens and straw for the cattle. So that's what's going on there. And so we'll build out a plan after this harvest on what we want to put in this field next to really maximize the yield. But I do want to kind of just see it myself. So we're going to see 86% on the top, but we're really going to be getting, let's make sure we're dropping straw. There we go. But we're really going to be getting about 125% of the number on top. So if it says 86%, we're really getting 25% on top of that. So pretty cool little mod. Like I said, we did a mod showcase type video for it that you could check out on the channel as well. And it looks like our yield compared to last time, we're in the yellow now instead of orange. So this field's absolutely going to kill it for us. Amazing. Look at that swath too. So many bales today are going to be made. But let's go ahead and switch this. We're going to have a regular AI worker work on this for now. We'll figure out how to take over if we need to, but we'll leave them alone. We'll get the semi all prepped. for unloading, but then we'll start doing our chores of checking on the animal feed and moving around the goods that we need to sell today. And then if we do have time, I would like to look at that field 7 again. Let's make sure everything's connected back here. Looking good. Yeah, I'd like to look at field 7 again to see if we do want to get the lease going. I think it was less than $400 a month, which we definitely can turn that into a huge profit. But before we do our chores, I think we will... actually, let's grab the side-by-side, and we'll have one of our farmhands follow us with that, so we can get back to the farmyard pretty easily. All right, that should be all set good. We'll go ahead and we'll unload them for the first time here. We can see Easy Inspector, we're looking at about 61% full already of barley. And we're just, yeah, this is going to be quite the harvest. Quite the harvest. We'll get them unloading here. Give them a fresh start to go up the other part of the headland. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see the time-saving stock check potential of money that we're going to make off of this. Insane. All right, they have emptied, so let's go ahead and get this just parked over here. And we might, because of how big this harvest is, potentially get another employee helping run the semi as well. Haven't decided yet, but let's head on in. Get those daily chores taken care of selling some planks, selling some milk, eggs. I think that's it. Yeah, that's filling up so fast. I think we do... Man, maybe they'll just wait for us, but gosh. We're probably going to have to start using some auto drive here on this series. But we do have lettuce to sell as well. And, you know, way we're rolling this series is things that could go bad, like, you know, food products like this. We're selling them right away. We don't have a trailer yet, so we'll try to figure out how many of these we can take at a time. But yeah, that harvester is just about full. And we can't tab. So that's what makes it a little bit complicated doing multiple jobs at a time here. And I think they will charge us a rate while they're waiting financially. So really don't want that to happen. Why is this not... What did I... Oh, there we go. Just... Okay. We'll do 2 at a time. But I think... on the way back, we're going to have to swing around and help out that harvester. And this will be our first time selling lettuce. Looks like it's super close, though. That's nice. Like a supermarket over here or something. And look at that. The pallets fix themselves. So just right here. Lovely. So just about 1,000 for each of these today. So that'll be $4,000 worth of lettuce. And really what we're hoping to do is this money we make... I mean, we are low enough for this. Oh my goodness. The money we make off of our daily chores is, the goal of that is that we can make enough to make that payment, and then everything else that we farm is going to be like going towards debt, the profits off of that. So we want to be able to get like our monthly income to match, if not beat the loan, you know, so we can start chipping away at the debt. So we're getting there today. We'll see, like 4,000 a day for lettuce, I think, or a month is a pretty good. And I think we're getting about 4,000 for what we're doing from the little baby sawmill. That'll be interesting. We'll see how close we're going to get to that today. But it's going to be a lot of different chores going on at the same time here while we're multitasking. But to keep this harvest going, I think it is time to set up the auto drive course. So I will be working on that in the background, and then we will get back to the chores. Boy, we got a mess over here that we're going to have to solve. I am going to use super strikes for this. I don't know why this harvester is even over here. What they think they're doing. But these grass bales or these hay bales are kind of in the way. Where? Gosh, this game sometimes, guys. Like, where are you even going? It's like a regular worker. This isn't even course play. And why that would even be a thought of theirs is weird, but, you know, we've seen worse. See if they can take over now. All right, back to setting up auto drive. And we'll have to rescue the harvester here. We got a couple bales in the way that we're just gonna move around. What a disaster over here. We'll have to clean this up today as well. Let me get out of the way, operator. There we go. That should free us up to get back to work now. Yeah, I have a feeling. So yeah, we're gonna have to get to that pretty quick, I think. Moving those bales to a better spot. We'll check on that in a little bit. Make sure it's operating correctly. I think we're just gonna pick up both of these ourselves here. Let's widen the forks a little bit. And snag them. Yeah, that'll be good to get those sold. Then we'll get the milk next. The eggs as well. And we'll take a look at the sawmill and see what kind of goods we have to sell there today as well. But this is like, I know we're jumping a curb here, and I would totally do that in real life if I was just dropping something off like this by my property. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, 1900 there, or another 2000. So we're at 51. So not a bad start to the day so far financially. Looks like we do have some planks here. Said I was gonna get the milk next, but I saw these and I wanted to find out. Let's go ahead and see what happens here. I know last time we comically did sell these. What do we got? Nothing yet. Okay, so just the plank to sell today, which is the warehouse. Looks like the best place for that. We'll bring in a little bit of cash from this, but we also need to check at some point today to make sure we have enough wood in the sawmill so it's still producing. I did not notice when I looked right now. Yeah, and getting by without a trailer would be real nice to be able to load everything up on a trailer. Just still a little nervous about money. Doing what we can to get by. And I believe this is the spot for the warehouse here. And they gave us about 1,500 for that. We'll take it. That's actually more than I was expecting on hard economy. I love it. All right, let's go ahead and get these hoses connected here. And 1170 liters of milk today. And boy, that feed mixer's in the way. I don't know why we left it there. That was a little silly. But let's sneak over here, try to grab what we have of eggs for the day. And that'll be the rest of our chores, and we can start taking a peek at field 7 to see if we do want to lease that and what kind of work we'd need to do to get it prepped for the next harvest. And let's figure out exactly where we're taking these too. Go to the dairy first, and then we'll make our way to the best location for eggs next. All right, drop the milk off. It's not a great payday, but I'm hoping to start seeing this increase over the next few months. Yeah, less than $1,000 for that. And heading over to the bakery for the eggs. And here we go. Let's see what the eggs are going to bring in today. No? Oh, that's right. These need to be in the air. So let's try this trick here. I don't know if it's going to be close enough to the trigger or not. It did work. Awesome. So 1,100 for that. We're up to 54,000. So like not enough yet of, you know, of income coming in just from those daily things we're selling to pay for the bill. So like looking for contracts or looking for other ways to make money. Right now we still have a couple months worth of the payment in the bank account. So I think we're tracking good still. And we're going to go see what's going on with the harvest here next, because I'm not seeing what I expected to see. All right, let's find the side-by-side so we can get out there pretty quick. I don't know why you're here. The harvester's there. And you're kind of stuck on this tree? Is that what's going on here, buddy? I mean, everything's hooked up correctly. He should be able to drive faster than that. There he goes. And then loop around to the field, please. So much of this field still to do. But while we have this side by side, let's follow them, make sure things are going good. And we'll head on over to that field that we're looking at leasing. Yeah, absolutely. Still, it says an hour and 15 to go on this harvest, so... Oof. But getting them unloaded, this seems to be operating correctly. Once they head back to the silo, we'll know for sure. But you see back behind us is our grass field. There's this field here, that's number 3. But then we have field 7 right now. which last month nothing was planted in it. Yeah, nothing still. So you can see spinach and parsnip was the last few crops. And let's see if we can get some more data on this before we make a decision. No weeds, does not need plowed, so that's ideal. We would have to pay for the soil samples ourselves. That's one hidden expense there. I wish that would tell us. Well, I think we're going to do it though. Let's go in here. And we could hit lease, and it's going to be $482 a month. An added expense now. So it is ours, but then if we come in here for precision farming now. Oops. And we purchase 12,000. Ooh, that's rough. Okay, so we also now know that the soil come in here for pH is looking, it's looking decent. Nitrogen's going to be bad, but it's looking decent. So I think we will go ahead and get prepped to do some lime. But what were we going to plant there? We were going to go with wheat to get us started, and then we'll figure out another one after that. So we have that chore to do. I believe it's August when we can plant. Is it August or September? Let's remember. We're going with wheat. It's going to be all the way to September. So technically, we didn't need to do that yet, but I felt like it was right to lease it. Didn't need to spend the 12,000 yet for sure. I feel like they're getting that second headland done pretty good there. These, I think, I'm going to kind of try to just push them so that they're not on the road. Yeah, I had a feeling we're not going to have a lot of oomph for these big bales. All right, there. That should be good. And let's go look at these silage bales. Should be about 60% fermented now. Yeah, 61, so that's rough. Having to wait 3 months for that. Now, let's see how this operates here. I'm worried they're going to run into those bales, so I think that's going to be the next thing we're going to want to do. Turn here, we'll get a good view. Nope, they're going to be good. They'll get it unloaded. And taking a peek at the harvest here, it's 1 o'clock already. We're barely starting the lands, and this is going to be the first time seeing if they're going to have enough capacity, really, to go back and forth on this field. What a huge field this is. And we see some green yield here for the first time at 114%. They're at 83% full here. They will be able to turn around. So this should start moving a lot faster at this point. And so much straw to pick up. Right now, if we isolate on barley, we already have 80,000 liters in storage. That's going to make us $30,000. Barley price is so low. My goodness. Wheat price is $4.07. I didn't realize barley was less. I thought it was worth more. So maybe doing wheat soon will be better. But we do have 175,000. Like, we have plenty of hay and grass that's going to turn into silage that we're going to be able to sell. We're not going to have to keep all of that. Eventually, it would be nice to be able to afford to make manure. Slurry, we have a decent amount built up. Would be nice to get a slurry spreader so we could start using that as well. And I think in January, we'll probably sell the rest of the wheat, just keep a little bit for the chickens. Just kind of, making sure everything's progressing the way it's supposed to. And I'm going to let this kind of run in the background. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. We're just chugging along with this harvest here, and it's taken a while. I have taken over running cart. I was going to do some baling, but the way this was going with the auto drive, it just was so slow. To be completely honest with you, I walked away from the computer for an hour. I came back and only 20 minutes of the auto drive, or not the auto drive, but the course play time had ticked off because of all the back and forth with the semi. So those of you who follow the channel for a while know I usually like to do a setup with the auger wagons that then unload to the semi, and then 2 semis go back and forth. We just don't have the fundings to get that set up here yet. Eventually we're going to need it, or would like to have it. Otherwise it's just driving around with the semi, and then there is a slight uphillness. That's what I'm going to call it, incline here. And I did notice last time I was like, this field's pretty flat. It's not. So the extra weight that gets thrown in the back of this semi absolutely is going to slow down our progress of anything, really, because you'll see here in a second when we try to turn around and get out of their way, I'm going to start accelerating. We were on cruise control, and it's just going to make a liar out of me this time. But once we start turning, yeah, you see the speed does decrease, and auto drive was running into that problem as well. So it just slowed down the entire process, and not a bad thing. Just it is what it is. Long day on the farm, but we didn't need to go this far. I was just doing that for demonstration purposes. We do need to keep following them, so trying to get them to not have to stop anymore the rest of the harvest. And boy, it's a lot of barley. Whole lot of barley. Yeah, definitely all incline here. You can definitely see from this angle. So that is, you know, what the problem is the lack of horsepower when we have 32 tons that we're pulling. It's just not going to be possible. We'll get up to speed here going downhill, which is nice, but it feels like reality. The good thing is we definitely have auto drive configured correctly. It's just not as efficient as it could be on these big fields. And let's take a little inventory check right now. So 312,000 liters, which only will pay us $118,000. This economy blows me away. Just crazy. We can't even keep up here on the last pass. Falling behind, pedal to the metal. I guess we'll just get there and unload them. They got plenty of capacity. We've been unloading them the whole time, but we'll get this final number here in a second, and we're going to drop off a little bit to the chickens first so that they're topped off, but they're not going through a lot of feed, so I'm not too concerned about that aspect of it. All right, let's go ahead and get the semi home and get that recap. And here we are. Semi can stay here. Oh, no, let's feed the chickens a little bit first, so we don't have to unload later. Yeah, they took a little bit there. So they're topped off for, gosh, probably 6 or 7 months. They're going to be good, if not more. I do need to check the sawmill before we call it a night. All right, we'll let that jump in. Let's go check the sawmill. 7,000. I think we got a couple more days before we have to worry about that, but we'll still, you know, cut a few of these trees down. Quite a bit to go still over there. And we look in the silo here, we can see 353,000 liters of 335,000 liters of barley, 17,000 liters of wheat. But the yield tracker is what we're really interested in. We go to number 4 in year 2. We got, it says 200. Yeah, so that's wrong because we see more in the silo than this is actually telling. Unfortunately, I think that's might be a compatibility issue with the crop rotation mod, but we had canola the year before. We got 106,000, so we definitely are busting out a lot more liters with our current setup than we did with the old one. I guess we're gonna have to jog out and get the harvester and get it home too. You know, looking at the calendar here, it is July, so that is a full year of the No Shortcuts series, and we're finally starting to feel like we're making a little bit of progress. It's going to be really winter. Well, actually, I think August, we're going to sell a good amount of the straw no matter what the price is, because we're not going to want to store it, or we don't really have anywhere to store it, and we have just an excess right now. Insane amount. So we potentially will be making some money on that. We'll probably sell some of the silage as well in August, so I have a feeling, I don't know, I don't know on hard economy, so like my gut tells me that what the work we have planned for August is absolutely gonna get us in a good spot to get to when we can sell the barley later in the year, and then next June when we sell the soybeans we should be sitting pretty good, but we don't need this header for a while. So let's go ahead and put it away. So we'll come out here, we'll get the hose, or get the PTO detached, and then we can detach the header. Perfect. 42,000, we'll get, you know, about 18,000 plus, you know, the lease payment now will get deducted from our account overnight, but I have a feeling, like I said a minute ago, things are going to really start turning for us when we have a huge baling episode next episode. So I'm Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you on the next one. Today we find out if we generated enough income to get through the winter, but we got a lot of work to do to get to that point. We've got a ton of straw bales as far as the eye can see. Around noon we should have some fermented silage. We're going to try to find out if we can sell a good amount of this as well. And then our hay bale mess, we're going to get cleaned up finally. We're going to, you know, feed the cattle and figure out how much we need to save and how much we can sell, as well as keeping a little bit for the sheep. The other things on our agenda today are going to be getting wheat planted in our newly leased field from Walter. This isn't it though. It's a little bit farther. And the last thing we want to tackle is our soybean harvest. Due to the crop rotation, we are only going to get about an 80% yield bonus on that. That'll be all right. We have a plan to increase that yield bonus every single time we do a harvest moving forward. But you can see we do have the semi truck out here without the grain trailer. And our dollar amount's at $9,000. So we did do all the selling today of the planks and eggs and the milk. We also could probably sell the lettuce, but I'm gonna look into that a little bit later. But we're heading in with the semi to go pick up our new trailer that we're gonna use for stacking bales on it. It'll also be good for transporting goods as we need to sell them. We saw this trailer on the used market. Got it for $21,000. So we're pulling in here. We're gonna get it all connected so we can... Oh, can't really see, can I? Yeah, we just need to get this connected and hooked up so that we can get out to the field and get the John Deere out there to start picking up bales and putting them on the trailer. And we'll... Yeah, we have a little bit of straw left over. I think I'll probably save a tiny bit just to be safe. But we're going to have that wheat that we're going to plant today coming next year, so no real reason to be super conservative with the amount of bales we save when it comes to straw. But we'll be able to have enough to generate TMR in the feed mixer in the cattle enclosure, so that'll be plenty. We'll make sure we save plenty, but also, like we talked, silage, we should have a little excess there, as well as excess hay. Hoping this dollar amount gets high enough so that we can fund something to cut the grass, because that is due as well. So that's the next goal that we have in mind. Gonna find a good spot to park this, and then we need to get the John Deere out here. So we'll head on back, we'll get the John Deere. It should be, yeah, right there by the sunflower, and we'll just start getting these loaded, and we'll see how much money we're gonna make off of them. But I did move the header trailer, so let's get this all detached so we can get on out there and get busy. And, you know, recently I figured out and discovered, you know, self-discovery here, that the king forks, or whatever they're called, that we can do 3 at a time on, is definitely not my cup of tea. And this one's not the way we want to sort it, so let's go ahead and tip this over. So I'm just going to use these forks, and since we're able to... Gosh, this game never ceases to amaze me. Like... the collision there is just terrible. So I'm not gonna, you know. Well, we got our first bale here. I'm gonna try to get this to sit down the way it's supposed to, so we can load a ton of them on here. And that's just not cooperating as much as I was hoping. Okay, that's fun. Well, we'll get that going about right there. And we got a lot to get to today, so I'm not gonna completely bore you guys with my inability to use a front loader. I'll see you in a bit. Yeah, roughly 165,000 liters per load here, so we're heading in to get the first one sold, and I'm really interested to see how well this is gonna pay. It was a lot of work to get this all prepped to just be able to head on over there, so it's got to be a good payday and be worth our time and investment of the equipment, the wear and tear on the equipment that we've, you know, kind of caused by using the baler, and a lot of hours I put on the Massey Ferguson just getting those baled. So it should be good. And like I said, we'll keep as much as we need, but there's just so much straw out there. It's just going to go bad and start rotting by the time we're able to get to using it. So we will get it sold. We'll see how much per load, and then we'll, you know, do the rest of them, and hopefully this is going to start giving us a nice cushion to be able to feel comfortable to get to winter. All right, looks like we are headed to the animal dealer, and the entrance is right here. Nice little facility. Let's go ahead and get these sold. Make sure we didn't turn too sharp there. $5,529 plus about a $400 environmental score reward there. So, you know, not anything to save the farm in one load, but 3 more of those, and we definitely paid for our monthly payment for August. of $17,000. And hopefully we got a lot more loads than that so we can get a good profit here. And after I lost track of how many trips, we are selling the last of the straw here. Another 4,000 almost there, bringing our total up to 50. That's a good cushion. It's a couple months worth of the payment, but we also have to figure out how we're going to cut grass. And we want to get to that today. I think we'll be able to. So I think we'll take a break now because it's, well, 10 o'clock, looking at the clock there. We've got a little bit of time until the silage is ready, and that'll be our next opportunity to make some money. So I think what we'll do is we'll park this at home, get into one of our tractors, and we got to head out to field number 7 that we're leasing and see if it needs lime. Can't remember if it needs lime or not. And get it planted today. So they'll do that, and then that'll definitely give us enough time to wait for the silage to be ready. That's the next thing on our list. Well, we had a little bit of lime left over in the lime dispenser over there, so we got this filled up, but I did buy a little bit. I spent about $1,200 on lime right now, so 9,000 in capacity here and a little bit left over at home. So we're gonna cruise on over. I couldn't really tell looking at our dashboard. I have a better dashboard in the tractor that we'll be able to look at once we get over there to see how much lime we need to apply. I'm hoping we won't have to spend a lot more money on that. All right, we'll just get our GPS configured here. Oh, that's not right. All right, that looks much better. We are applying a pretty good amount here, 4.38 tons per hectare. So I think we're going to go through a little bit of lime. It's going to be a little bit of an expense to get this lease field in good shape to make enough money off of it to make it worth it. We're going to find out. We're going to find out in a year if it feels worth it to lease. And I think it will be. I think we'll probably spend close to 10 grand on prepping the field and then hope to make around 50 to 60 on the wheat. Got to get focused and get it done. Well, we ended up spending a lot more money on lime than I wanted to. We're down to $45,000 coming into the last little area here. I'm hoping we do have enough. If not, we'll just deal with it. It's going to be super close here. Kind of turn over. Yeah, we'll deal with that little spot there instead of going back to the getting more. That'll work for us. It's almost time to, sell some silage and get some silage put into, well, let's collect it. We're going to collect it, get our number so we know how much silage we have. Could probably use EasyDev or time-saving stock check for that. And then we'll see how much hay we have as well. And keep a certain amount for the cattle and sheep, but get the rest of it sold. So get that dollar amount even higher. That should help us with the equipment we need for the grass field. Haven't completely decided yet when I want to cut that. But it should be, if we have time, I definitely need to prioritize getting the wheat planted today. And then if we have to go until September before we cut that grass, I don't think it will be the worst thing in the world. And I think this is one of the last bales that we did wrap, so this will tell us if we're ready to start, putting them in there. 94%. We still have a little bit of time then. I think, let's go ahead and leave the John Deere here for now. I think we are going to go ahead and get started with planting the wheat because we just got to use our time wisely. So we're going to get over there. I think I'm going to use the Massey because we haven't used that yet today. And hook that up to the seeder and get on over there and start planting. I just think that's the best use of our time. No idea what's in capacity here seed-wise. If we need to take a trip to the store, we'll find out here in a minute. Ooh, 381. I think we will head on over there and get this thing filled up. We'll get a little bit of seed purchased. And just one pallet worth I think will be enough to get us by. If not, we'll come back and get more. And timing wise, if we do run out of seed, I imagine that'll be a good time to take a break and work on silage. But I have a feeling 1,400 liters is going to be enough. I do want to double check our crop rotation data and make sure wheat is the right thing to do this time on this field. We do have some history configured in our little crop rotation planner that will tell us how this field was used prior. We got that information from the original owner that we're leasing it from. So we should be able to, treat this soil pretty good and make sure that we get it healthy, and our yield should just probably increase for the next 2 to 3 years and then stabilize on this field, depending on how long we lease it for. All right, we got it unfolded and ready to go, but let's take a look. So spinach and parsnip. So parsnip and then spinach. Let's make sure we have it in the right order. Field 7, parsnip, spinach, and then wheat's going to give us 100%. And then we're looking at soybeans the next time around. Would get us 110%. Crop cannot be planted in August. Oh, 2 episodes in a row we've made this mistake. Okay, we got to get to September before we could do that. So I think we're going to go ahead and take a look at the market and see what we can do with this grass. We're going to take a big risk right now. We're getting in the 8R. We're heading to the store, to the dealership, because there is a mower for sale that we can afford that might cause us to go bankrupt, but we're gonna risk it. $26,000. I think we're gonna do it. Let's go ahead and buy it. But then I think we might as well buy the front piece as well for 16 or 13,500. So I am realizing we have the wrong tractor, and gosh, I hope we have enough horsepower before we went ahead and made this decision. But let's go get the 6R and come back and pick those up. Well, this is the 6R 185, so I think we might be a little underpowered. And I also am going to ask them, they're storing our bigger tires over here, so let's go ahead and get those put back on. That'll work. But then also, and just to see, yeah, we have the biggest engine possible. We are going to, like, as I remember, I do want to do no plate, if it'll let me. It's no plate. That'll do. And I don't think this has a working state to change, working mode. So I think we will still need to rake this stuff up, and which is fine, because we might be doing hay. I haven't, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I haven't decided yet what we're going to be doing with, there we go. I haven't decided what we're going to do yet with this grass. We're just going to get it cut here in August. And then we'll get to the, you know, we've been talking the whole episode, the bales. We'll get to the bales and get those taken care of, and man, flying through it. But this setup is ours. We might need to figure out a way to use it. But, yeah, well, let's hope. Let's hope we have enough horsepower here. Let's go ahead and get everything unfolded and ready to go. And away we go, cutting the grass. This is gonna be marvelous compared to last time. It's gonna go by so much quicker, and it looks like power wise we're getting by. And I don't think we treated the field, which is fine. We're not going to treat it either way because we are going to plow this up next, and I think we might switch to alfalfa on this field. Be a nice change. I do need to look in, and then yeah, I guess we could do that, and we could do all of our hay with alfalfa. I don't know if you can make alfalfa silage. Maybe I can get a comment about that from someone before we get that far, but we do have the outskirts of the soybean field that we could make all our silage with and just do hay here. But I think it's time to get our head down and get this harvest finished, this cut finished. Man, that was so much more enjoyable. We got it done. Very quick, like. 98, well, what time was it when we got done? 98%? Come on. All right, we are gonna park them here for now. So we'll get this all disconnected. Then we'll hop in here and turn around and put the front in. Should be good right there. Get the PTO detached and the hoses. And there we go. Well, it's a little bit later here. You can see we do have a decent amount of silage in here now. We have 72,000 liters of silage, 49,000 liters of hay, and some excess, or straw in excess, and then 49,000 liters of hay. Mineral feed may run out, so we'll probably have to buy some more of that soon, but we're going to go sell our first load of silage and a little bit of hay, and we have the rest of this hay here that we're going to get sold today as well. And we're not going very far, just straight to the animal dealer. And here we go for a very disappointing $13,274. Silage doesn't seem worth it, so we're going to switch to alfalfa, see if that feels worth it moving forward. And I think with the amount of effort, gosh, I guess hay takes a little more. Like, we got to ted it, we got to row it, we got to bale it, but we don't have to lease a wrapper. We just have to lease a tedder and a rake. So yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll get the rest of these loaded and get them sold. And the thing with the silage is we have to wait a decent amount of time before we can actually sell it, where if we did hay, we could sell it right away. It was about half. Man, hard economy is it's a long game. It is definitely a long game. And I think seeing our dollar amount where it is, I am going to elect to keep that hay for the sheep for now, and then we can just sell it later on. $25,000, a little rough. We're not going to get as much done as I wanted to in this episode. We got one more thing to do, and it's something I completely forgot to. And the way we've spent money, we solved some problems. We absolutely needed this trailer. We got a great deal on it for $21,000. We solved this problem as well. This is ours. We're going to be able to use that a lot more and make, you know, profits off of it, getting a little bit of a discount on the back being for sale and used, and, you know, a little bit older than the front, but that worked out pretty good. Now, taking a look at this field, it says alfalfa and then barley and then barley. So let's look at our plan. Crop rotation for field number 4. Oh, potatoes is something that we were kind of playing around with. But alfalfa, barley, and then canola. Let's actually update this just to see realistically, because we did barley twice, I believe, and I didn't remember that we did that, but apparently we did. Alfalfa, and then we'll switch this to barley, and we'll see what that canola number looks like. So we have some repairs of this field that we're going to have to do, because that's, yeah, probably what we actually got was 75% yield, because that wasn't configured correctly. Barley, barley, unless last fruit changed, and it was potatoes. Maybe that's what it was. Okay. So let's go ahead and 25. We need to put this back the way it was. Sorry for wasting your time. Alfalfa, barley, and then canola, which would give us 95. Let's play around with this and see. Oats wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I think that's what we do, is we do oats and we wait till spring on this field, and then we could come back in with something like potentially wheat. And we need this in here for the data still, so we'll change the alfalfa eventually, and we'll find our rotation we want to do. So I think that's good then. We're going to get to September, and we're going to do that next. So as I was saying before my recording broke, there's so much to do per episode, and we're going to keep going that way on this series. I think it deserves it. If there's a time to jump forward in time, I think we'll do that, but try to make these interesting episodes for you guys. I'm working on the creative side of things. Socks way up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next one.